Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well,
All
good
right.
evening,
Well, good evening,
everybody.
everybody.
We will go
We will
ahead
go
and get
ahead and
started.
get started.
Thank you very much. I will call this Monroe County Council meeting to order. Today is Tuesday, April 14th, the day before tax day, 2026. The time is 5:02, and we have a quorum here in the Nat U Hill Room. We currently have Councilors Henry, Iverson, Decker, Wiltz, and Feidel, and I'm sure Councilor Huck will be joining us in the room here soon. So next up, we will go ahead and recite our pledge. So all those that are able to stand, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And emphasis on all. All right. Next up is the adoption of tonight's agenda. Does anybody have any changes or wishes to amend tonight's agenda? Yes, Councilor Iverson.
Council, the Health Department has requested that their request for additional appropriations, which is item 8I, to be tabled to the April 28th meeting. So that's item 8I tabled to our April 28th meeting. Also, I would move to table indefinitely the Aviation Department's request for an additional appropriation in tonight's packet. That's item 8L.
Okay. So, are there any other changes? Yes, Councilor Wiltz.
I've been asked by the Sheriff's Department if their series of items, PQR, I assume that's 8P, 8Q, 8P, 8Q. Okay, 80, 8P, and 8Q. If those could be moved to earlier in the agenda.
I could move those to after the Highway Department and right before the clerk's office. Would that work?
Okay. Great, thank you.
Sure. All right. Any other?
And where did you say you were moving those to?
So those are going to go right before the clerk's conversation. So right after the last Highway Department.
Thank you.
What number of letter is that?
F.
Thank you.
Mr. F.
8F, 8F.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So seeing if there are no more changes to tonight's agenda, we will go ahead and adopt that. So all those in favor of adopting tonight's agenda as amended signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, next up is public comment. And so I can't imagine what public comment will want to be on for tonight, but we appreciate everybody that would like to make public comment. So the rules for public comment are the same as they've always been. So you will sign in at the lectern here in the Nat U Hill room. The monitors around the room you'll have up to 3 minutes to make your comment. You'll state your name for the record. After you sign in, you'll have up to 3 minutes, and then after you're done, you can kindly go back to your seat. But those that are in virtual land via Teams, you can also raise your hand. I already see somebody has their hand raised. Again, you should have a timer. TSD will have that on the screen for you via Teams. Again, you'll state your name for the record. You'll have up to 3 minutes. And then again, this is for items that are not on tonight's agenda. So I will go to the Nat U Hill room first. So, I will go via Teams, and it looks like our friend Christopher MG has his hand raised. So I will go to Teams land first. So if you want to state your name for the record, you'll have up to 3 minutes.
And good evening, Madam President, council members, distinguished staff. This is Christopher MG from the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce, your friend. We're a 900-member organization with 80% of those entities being small businesses. I want to take a moment to highlight an upcoming opportunity for civic engagement that's especially relevant given who's in tonight's room. This reminds me of why I appreciate being part of this wonderful 110-year-old institution that is the Chamber. On Tuesday, April 21st, that is a week from today, the Bloomington Chamber, in partnership with Amplify Bloomington, Indiana Uplands Realtors, Bosky, the builders, will host Elect Connect at Constellation Stage and Screens Waldron Arts Center. That's from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. This will feature candidates in the Monroe County Commissioner's race, the Democratic one. Two individuals here tonight, Trent Deckard and David Henry. In a community like ours, it's fair to say that this primary will play a significant role in determining the county's next commissioner. And Elect Connect is designed to be approachable and informative, not a traditional debate format, but an opportunity to hear directly from candidates engaging conversation around issues that matter most to our community. From the Chamber's perspective, this is kitchen table issues: housing supply affordability, economic growth and business climate, effective delivery of the county's core functions: courts, jails, infrastructure, public health. Event is open to the public, so this is not a chamber membership requirement at all. We'd like you to register at chamberbloomington.org. Certainly not required. We welcome anyone who wants to be part of this informed, engaged community. This is a great venue. It's a relaxed setting. There's going to be hors d'oeuvres and a cash bar, so make it an easy stop for next Tuesday to connect. It's 4 to 4:45 is the networking period. Program begins after that. We encourage everyone, residents, business leaders, stakeholders, council members, attend, take advantage of this wonderful opportunity to shape Monroe County's future. Thank you. Appreciate the time tonight. Good luck with the meeting.
Thank you. We'll need it. Thank you so much. All right. Next up, we'll go to the lectern here in the Nat U. Hill room.
We on here? Okay. Thanks, Christopher. That was a very nice word there about the Elect Connect. Hope to see lots of you there. Good evening, Council. My name is Eric Spoonmore. I'm here as a resident and taxpayer. I want to take a few moments to talk about our jail and the plan ahead. As I understand it, we're down to two very different options. I urge you to ground this decision in considerations that go beyond land acquisition and site plans. How you decide will reflect our shared values as a county and how we treat people at one of the most vulnerable moments in their lives. Every day, individuals leave our jail system carrying enormous challenges: mental health struggles, addiction, poverty, and often no reliable transportation or any semblance of a support network. What happens in those first few hours matters. It can determine whether someone gets a second chance or falls right back into the cycle. That's why the existing Thompson property presents such a powerful opportunity. It's not just land we already own, it's a location that connects people to hope and the help they need. Located on the South Rogers corridor, it's served by reliable public transit with multiple bus stops within walking distance. From there, people can access critical services like food pantries, Centerstone Health Services, harm reduction programs, shelter facilities, and the Central Transit Hub is just minutes away. The site also sits next to one of the great gems of our community, the Community Kitchen of Monroe County, where someone leaving the jail can get a warm meal and peace if needed, perhaps their first sense of stability in days or weeks. Now let's compare that to the proposed North Park site. Outside city limits, without sidewalks or walkable infrastructure and along a busy 4-lane highway. For someone leaving jail custody without a car, it's not just inconvenient, it's unsafe. It gives a perception that once you leave the custody of Monroe County, you're out there on your own. But that's not who we are as a community. We believe in second chances here. We believe in lifting people up, not leaving them behind. And our public investments should reflect those values. Choosing the Thompson property is not just the more practical decision, it's the more compassionate one. It recognizes that a jail is not just a place for confinement, but a critical point of transition back into our community. So as you continue deliberations, I urge you to give serious weight to the human consequences of this decision. Financial considerations and attorney-imposed timelines are important. They matter, but they can't be the sole measure of success here. We have to account for the human cost and the value of compassion in our decisions. And to me, compassion is worth fighting for. It's worth sustaining in our community. So please help set that example and pursue it with all the power vested in you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, again, if you are wanting to say something or make a public comment on Teams, please raise your hand. But if we have people that are here in the room that'd like to speak again, you can start lining up and sign in your name and state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay? Yep. All right. My name is Wes Martin. I'm a firefighter with the City of Bloomington. I'm also the chair of the Local 586 Political Action Committee, the Local Firefighters Union PAC. And I appreciate Mr. Spoonmore speaking about how compassion should be at the forefront of our consideration of a new jail site. I disagree with his characterization of the Thompson property as the most compassionate of those. One of the things that the fire department does, primarily we are an emergency medical services provider. 80% of our runs are medical in nature. In the city of Bloomington, those runs are typically life-threatening. I personally have run on the current jail site probably a dozen times in different capacities on Engine 1, on the squad. While the current site presents significant challenges due to the nature of its stairwells, its sally port, the alleyway, those issues of access tend to have negative correlations to patient outcomes. What does that mean? That means that the sooner we can get to a patient and the sooner we can get that patient loaded and en route to an emergency department, the more likely that patient is to have a better health outcome. Putting the site on South Rogers Street presents significant challenges for us responders getting to that site in a way that the North Thompson property would not. The IU Health Ambulance Depot is across the street from the proposed site, and both Monroe and IU Health hospitals are 5 minutes away. When we are considering a new jail site, we need to consider the emergency uses of that site, not just the accessibility and general use of that site. So I would, again, say please consider emergent use when you are considering a new jail site. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I don't see any hands raised via Teams, but again, you can. And so I'll look at the room here to see if there's anybody else that would like to make public comment on items not on tonight's agenda. Oh, we got a taker here.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
My name is Heather Bland, and I am here with New Leaf, New Life. We work with people who are currently impacted by the legal system, both while they are in and after they are released. And I think moving the jail outside of the city limits would be a detriment, again, to the availability of resources. Right now, the recidivism rate in the state of Indiana is around 38%. The people that come to us, we can get to 13%, and those that we get housed are under 6%. The reality of them making it to us when they're that far out without access to transportation, without access to services, is going to greatly increase that rate of recidivism. The people that we see want a chance, and I believe that they deserve a second chance. I don't just stand here representing New Leaf, New Life as the director. I also was a participant in that program. And without accessibility to the services, I don't know if I would be standing in front of you today. And so I really put the weight on accessibility and compassion for the people that we're trying to serve right now. There is a solution, and we can come to that if we work together, but it's not going to happen from farther away. We need to bring people in closer together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I will go to Teams. Screen name Kathleen. You should be able to raise or unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Paquette. I'm a longtime Monroe County resident. Many of you know me by now with my work with Care Not Cages. I suppose I just wanted to give you all a little bit of a pep talk today. I was really surprised to see the motion filed by our Board of Commissioners yesterday, and I think some of you were surprised to see that as well. It's really frustrating to see. I have kept up with many of these meetings and watched you all on council attempt to listen to all kinds of folks in the community and collaborate. And it's really frustrating for me to see this lack of collaboration on the part of our commissioners. So you all have heard all of the many reasons why North Park is a bad idea. I know that many of you agree with and believe a lot of the reasons why it's a bad idea. So I'm not here to rehash all of those things. I think I just want to encourage you all to not back down in the face of this behavior from your colleagues. And I just really appreciate the work you all have done. And I look forward to continuing to work on a future with true justice for our county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Seth Muchler. I am a resident of Monroe County. I am here today to comment about the jail and the proposed North Park site. Members of the Monroe County Council, I am so sorry that the commissioners and the ACLU have put you in this position. As I see it, in essence, blackmail you into bending to their will is completely inappropriate. To say, give us what we want or else, I don't even really know where to begin with that. And just as person to people, it is unacceptable and simply unkind of them to blindside you and the public with this new court filing. I'm going to implore you to please, even under these pressure tactics, to remain true to your convictions and to remain true to the desires of your constituents. The public does not want a jail at North Park. Your colleagues at the city do not want a jail at North Park. I know 2 of our city council members put out a press release to that very sentiment yesterday. Your business community does not want a jail at North Park. Social service providers, the folks in the trenches doing the work, as you just heard, do not want a jail at North Park. And you yourselves in October stated in no unclear terms that you do not want a jail in North Park. Building a jail at North Park would be a tremendous harm to our community, and I hope that when the time comes, and it sounds like it's coming, that you will once again vote no on a purchase order for that land. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other takers via Teams or here in the Nat U Hill room? Last call. Oh, we got a hand raised. Your name is Lee, so you should be able to unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes. And TSD, can we make sure we get the timer back on, please? Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Lee Bruntafer. I'm a resident of Monroe County. When I look at what we're trying to do to help people who get into trouble in Monroe County, one of the things that we've always said is that we shouldn't put all the money into the jail. And, you know, somewhere along the line that's gotten lost. And I just want to bring that up. If, as you know, Senate Bill 1 hadn't happened, we would have been doing just that. Senate Bill 1 reduced our financial capability. And for some reason, I feel like the commissioners aren't living in the world of post-Senate Bill 1. And it makes more sense to use the Thompson property, you know, maybe not for a jail, but for something less than a jail, like a rehab facility, and then actually provide services like the longer term Stride or something like that to the community at that site. That would be reimbursed operationally by some sort of Medicaid or health insurance. You know, we are moving into new territory in our budgets, and I think that doing things that are more effective are of the utmost importance at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room here or via Teams? Last call. Okay. All right. Well, we appreciate everybody making public comment. Often I always like to tell people when public comment is being made, I think my colleagues and I, like, if you see us kind of looking up and down and writing things, it's not like we're trying to not pay attention. I usually like to write down everything because I like to have a reflection of everything that the public is saying. Whether I agree with it or not, or whether we agree with it or not, is up to us. But I just want to say that we appreciate all public comment. So thank you very much in the room here and to those folks that are on via Teams. All right. Next up, we will go to item number 5, which is department updates. And so these are for also items not on the agenda, but we have some folks walking up here, and department updates are up to 10 minutes. And we have Jordan Miller that has given us the annual, or not annual, the quarterly commissary report.
Good afternoon, Council. Jordan Miller, Financial Coordinator for the Sheriff's Office and the Correctional Center, here to give you the 2026 first quarter summary of the Monroe County Commissary Fund. The balance as of January 1st, 2026 was $119,796.54. There's a total of $57,029.49 worth of commissary receipts. $203.44 worth of interest for January through March, total of $86,720.99 in expenditures, leaving a remaining balance as of March 31st of $90,308.48. Provided the 3 months worth of ledger receipts, disbursements, and balances. And just to kind of touch on those, the top item was item number 5 of the approved commissary expenses, which is equipment, approximately 51.33% or $44,512.42, followed by approximately 29.46% for items used for commissary resale, and finally approximately 7.59% for activities to maintain order and discipline within our facility for inmates. If you have questions, I'll gladly answer those.
Yes, Councilor Willis.
Could you, just for everybody's edification, just provide some examples of that 9%, the last category that
Those are
this one is 7.59.
7.59%.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So these are events that I put together that ensure that the correctional staff works with the members of the facility. For instance, on New Year's, we let everybody stay out later. Usually it's locked down at midnight. Provided pizza, popcorn, drinks, to provide some normalcy in a very abnormal environment. I did my best to try to take care of those guys and that work hard every day in the facility. We brought them out for the Super Bowl. We recently brought them out with the national championship basketball, where my Michigan Wolverines won the national championship. We played basketball on an 8-foot rim. I dominated, obviously. And for our cleaning crews that we have inside the facility, we break it down in blocks. We make sure to incentivize that a little bit, show like, hey, we appreciate the extra work you're doing outside of what we clean. So that's predominantly that 7.59% is trying to give back. And from the start of Sheriff Marte's administration, we said we wanted to use the money in the facility, and that's what we work to do with that part.
Yes, Councilor Hawk.
Yes, as many of us know that's been following the news, not every sheriff in the state has behaved as well as I expect out of you. So can you explain to us what we are doing differently to follow the money and make sure that there's no misuse of the dollars? Does it have to do with this financial review, or you want to help us explain to the public how this is not going to happen under your watch?
Yeah, and I think it's pretty easy. Indiana code lays out specifically what you can purchase items from commissary with. We don't operate in the gray. That's not something this administration does. And then when we do have something that comes up like this audit that I'll touch on here in a moment, we make sure to handle that very transparently and in the public. It's without speaking about other people, other sheriffs and other administrations who have been involved with misuse, it's not that difficult to stay on the right line and do the right thing, which is why we moved to, as a state, quarterly reviews of the commissary fund as well. So the state's trying to work on improving that. I don't know how it's an issue. That's my answer.
To add to that, we're just continually finding areas where we can add checks and balances. I mean, we go to the sheriff's associations and such, and we are communicating every time with the State Board of Accounts, determining what we can do better, implementing extra checks and balances where we have other, I'm the individual who writes the checks and things of that sort, direct association with these funds. And then we have 2 other staff members in our office who are going through and doing audits and reviews of these, just continually adding additional checks and balances to ensure these funds are being spent and used accordingly.
Other questions? Yes, Councilor Decker.
I appreciate with the way that you all come in and talk about items that I'd say are items of dignity. And I just want to say also that I think probably of all the public agencies we have in the Monroe County family, you probably have more eyes on you than most. And that means a whole variety of things. But I appreciate very much how meticulous you are with it and bringing the report and coming in here and talking to us about that so the public can see it and follow up with questions if they have it, or just more importantly, understand that it happens.
Yes, Councilor Iverson.
My question is about a mileage line. Our transition team director, Todd Smith, in January, spent $2,677.75 on mileage. Where was that to? Is that just coming from, how do you spend that much money in 1 month on mileage?
And a number of these items that this check was issued on, let me see, the 16th of January, stem from things from last year that we received the mileage receipts and reimbursements from various facility visits and things that I really touched on, I believe, at the last meeting that we were at in January. A lot of those visits of facility kind of prior to some of the later things taking place. But so that in January, that was reflective of, like I said, I believe October, November, December of 2025. And then you'd notice as well, I'm sure you noticed in March, actually on the 31st, we had another mileage reimbursement take place for January, February, and March to these various events and outings and things specific to that transition team. I can certainly provide additional information or specifics if necessary, but I don't have those specific trips and locations in front of me, and they are at a reduced rate.
Sure. Did I hear you just say that the March 31st mileage for the transition team was for trips taken in January, February, and March of this year?
Yes, sir.
I would like to see that breakdown. That would be really helpful.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Fido.
So would these transportation numbers be normal, or average, what you usually spend per month or every 3 months?
I mean, this is for the transition director. And like, as I mentioned, it's at a reduced rate, 25 cents per mile, as agreed upon per the contract for his position. It just, the various outings that are taking place. Again, I don't.
What kind of outings are we talking about?
I don't have the specifics in front of me.
They've gone for the steel cell viewings, see what kind of cells to use, what kind of toilets to use, what kind of infrastructure we're looking at, what kind of equipment we'll have in this facility, all the way down to the tables and chairs and seats and stools, and that's the kind of the things they're doing right now.
Thank you. That gives me a good idea. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to touch on, and I talked to Councilmember Kate and Marty about the audit, the external audit that we had completed for the dates of June 1st to February 28th, June 1st of 23 to February 28th of 26. And they confirmed the amount that we had in the German America bank account, and it is prepared to be swept over. Obviously, last time we talked, I said we would speak first before we move anything. So that audit is complete. I provided a copy to both liaisons, and then you guys should have gotten the rest of it today. And you can see that it breaks it down pretty well. The cost of that audit was $1,896.52. Indiana code does permit us to pay for that out of commissary, so it's not a cost that the county incurred. But I wanted to break down a little bit what that sweep will look like moving forward. So every month, this internal commissary that we run, that we started in June of 23, will be swept over at the end of each month. So you won't see a large buildup. You'll see that swept over each month, and you'll hear that in your quarterly reviews for commissary moving forward as pretty normal course of action. As of now, like Jordan said, there's $108,148.60 in that balance. Currently, that total that you see on the audit is $587,401.78. In March, we've accrued $21,650 for that sweep total, which will look at a grand total of $609,052.14 total for the sweep. Once we get that sweep completed, we'll have $717,200.74 in our commissary. So today we reported that we had 108. We're moving 609,000 plus and getting that 717,000 plus total that you're seeing now.
And one point of clarification, I provided Lieutenant Colonel Gibbons with the balance as of today standing at $108,148.60, which differs from our amount reflected as of March 31st, just to clarify.
So we'll move that over after probably the next coming days. And then we'll be able to report that as normal moving forward.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilor Wilkes.
I know that if somebody just is tuning in right now, they're like, what is happening?
Yeah.
You just like ballooned your commissary fund. And I would encourage anybody with questions to go back and look at when you presented on the issue that you all had discovered and then initiated the audit to investigate. But the communication that you all have had on this issue and throughout the audit, and just kind of keeping us all up to date on it. So are you planning a trip to Disney World? No, I'm just kidding, that part.
That is not covered in the commissary expenditures.
All right, no, thank you.
Councilor Iverson.
Section 8 of the audit outlines 4 recommendations for future action. Are any of these 4, they seem pretty standard, but I mean, can you kind of talk us through how, are these tweaks to procedures that are already occurring, or are they brand new procedures that you're going to be implementing in your department?
On that first. Well, I'll start. Basically, changes have been made. We discovered, and I'm sure you've had time to review this, but changes have been, or there were some discrepancies with regards to the reports taking place. The figures, the balances that we owed to our off-site vendors were accurately being reported to us, and we were paying those totals out. However, some of the items on the lists in the kiosks and such and various reports were reflected as on-site items. So there were some minor discrepancies, for instance, with stamps and postage letters and things of that sort that one can buy on commissary. That was kind of slightly skewing the total on various reports, which this is reflected in, and I believe in Section 8, just this standardized method, which we've determined the process now of what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. We're going to make these sweeps monthly, and we're confident moving forward, this, no issues will arise.
So here's what we did. We realized that there was a discrepancy with CPC's communication with us, and that's why the money was never moved from one account to the other. And before we moved that account, and kind of touched on what Councilmember Wills just said, before we moved anything, we wanted to make sure they were the right numbers, obviously. But we brought CPC in for three training days, training all staff that touched that system. And we developed a procedure that should be seamless moving forward. The good thing about that is it really made us focus on our in-house sales and how we're going to move it and when we're going to move it. So we'll get these reconciliations from CPC, the company, and to move to German America, and we'll do it on the end of the last day of each month, move the in-house, and then we'll be able to correctly reflect that. So that is the procedure. A lot of this was already in place. That's how we knew the money was there. That's how we knew what it was. We just couldn't move it before we verified that that was the right fund.
Okay.
All right. Well, seeing that there are no other further questions or comments, we thank you for your time. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Great. Next up, we have another department update from Miss Lisa Ridge, which is our Highway Department Director, giving us the annual TIF report.
Hello. So Jeff Cockrell usually does this, but I think publicly, per Indiana code, at a public meeting, we are to announce that you have received the annual reports for all the TIF districts.
We have.
We are received. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Are there any other department updates that would like to make a department update?
The place is okay.
Fine.
It's been some time since we came and spoke to council about vacancies, so I thought it might be an appropriate time to bring everybody up to speed. Break it down into both the jail and on the merit officer side. So first off, on the jail side, it's much less complex than the merit side. We're holding our own, holding serve, if you will, there at the jail. Right now, we have 2 vacancies. We have one person that has already put in their 2-week notice that we'll move that up to 3. And we have at least 2 individuals that have expressed to us that they will be departing soon. So that's going to take us up to 5. But in the interim time, we do know those vacancies are approaching. So Kyle does a really, really good job of maintaining an applicant database, reaching out to those people, beginning investigations. So they almost coincide with the time that a person is leaving to when they're hired. Particularly, for example, this person with a 2-week notice, not going to happen. It'll be maybe a 2 or 3 week lapse where that vacancy will sit. But when we have people that come in to say, hey, I'm in this process for another law enforcement agency, and they're telling me it's going to be a June 15th hire date, we'll go ahead and start that selection process and get it up to a point where now all we have to do is do a background, and then when that person does tell us, then we can simply do a background and get that person hired within that 2-week period of time. So Kyle is very efficient at that. So we routinely run between 2 and 5 vacancies, most time on the lower end of that because of Kyle's method of operation there. So I just wanted to bring you up to speed that the jail is still doing relatively well. I mean, there's hardly any place, I think, in any employment environment right now that everybody's fully staffed all the time. There's always this turnover, and you're dealing with it, but that speaks to his administration well, that they're dealing with it pretty quickly and efficiently. On the merit side, the selection process is much more detailed. It's much more lengthy. And I know, as we mentioned earlier, Senate Bill 1 rang everybody's bell in many different aspects. And we spoke to the council back in November of 2024 and kind of out all could be happening with our merit side. And it's starting to come to fruition here. So I just thought it, before we get into crisis mode here, to at least bring you up to speed. So in 2025, we ran 2 merit processes. In each one of those processes, we had 38 applicants. And in that first process, we netted 0 hires out of that process. We took 6 people to background in polygraphs, and they all failed, every one of them. 6 failed the polygraph examination, which, as we know, is a test of veracity and what you've done in your past life that may or may not affect you. So what can we derive from that? And unfortunately, that's a quality of applicant issue that we're struggling with right now. So the second process we ran, ironically enough, fielded 38 applicants, and we were able to take 1 hire out of that for 2 vacancies. So as we currently sit here, as I speak to you today, we have 2 vacancies. The person that we're going to be bringing on will be bringing on, I think, next week, drop us down to 1 vacancy. That's the good news. For that person, it's going to be about a year before they're ready to go. Time to go to the academy, because this person is not a lateral. This person is just some individual with no police experience that will send to the academy. Has got to go through an FTO training program and all that process. It's usually about a year before that person is eligible to hit the road with our confidence that they can manage what comes their way. So we're starting a process. We started it Sunday for this year to fill our remaining vacancy. Here's the issue that I wanted to bring to your attention, that we just received notification that one of our most senior officers, not eligible for retirement, but a senior officer, is going to be leaving our ranks, though that drops us right back down to 2 vacancies. We have 2 other officers that have informed us they are in application process for other law enforcement agencies. We have 1 that's in a process for another governmental agency and in the latter stages of that. So, I don't know how that's going to pan out, but I'd say the one I spoke of that's in the latter process, I'd say there's a good chance that we're going to lose that individual. We're up to 3 vacancies. If the other 2 happens, then that's 5 vacancies. And to put a little icing on the cake, we have 3 officers out on FML. So, if you look at it in whole, about the real picture, while I stand here today, we have 1 vacancy, we could say, well, wow, we've made some progress here, but it's 1 step forward, 2 steps back here. So, and the last thing I want to throw out to you is, in those processes that I mentioned, we have lost applicants. We lost a really, really good applicant just last week that we were planning on filling our last vacancy with, to the state police. We have lost applicants to BPD, and we have lost applicants to IUPD. So it's all concentrated in the area in which we compete, where we're losing these applicants. So it's something for us to consider. I'm not asking for answers. I'm not looking for answers. I'm just giving you information that the sheriff's office is going to be entering into a struggle here. We will do the best we can with what we have, but that's the reality of where we sit right now. Questions?
Anybody got any questions?
I do.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Councilor Wiltz.
So I did notice on social media that y'all posted the big
Yes.
advertisement, which is cool. Yeah, I mean, get far and wide with that. But I didn't notice anything then for like the jail position. So is there like enough of a backlog of applicants that you don't need to do that?
Yeah, ironically enough, the jail position applications seem to stream in pretty regularly. And, you know, a part of that is that a lot of the people that apply for those positions, they're looking to, they have no experience. So they see that as a way to, I don't like this term, but get your foot in the door, or, you know, get some experience. So they utilize that as that stepping stone. And we have lost people from the jail to law enforcement agencies, which when that happens, I feel pretty good about that. We've hired a quality applicant that worked in our facility to give him enough experience that he could go on to become a police officer. So yes, we're not in a situation here where we've got to go out and just, you know, beat the bushes to get applicants for the jail facility. And a lot of because there are so many jail officers, a lot of those applicants that we get are word of mouth of, hey, you know, this jail's, comparatively, our jail pays well for surrounding counties. And I think they tell them that the work environment there is pretty good. And so we get a lot of applications simply because of other jail officers recruiting their coworkers.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Hawk.
I would think you might expect some vacancies as some of the younger people that come to work at the jail, and they're really not long-term for the jail. Many of them, I think someone from the jail has told me, perhaps students or someone that is graduating and moving on and not staying in the area.
Right.
So I think it's good if you're able to continue to keep that staff. And it doesn't seem like that long ago that we just couldn't keep people working in that jail. So obviously conditions are better there because people don't want to stay where they're that unhappy.
Yeah, I think it's twofold. I think it is the pay and benefit structure for a correctional facility, which is pretty solid here. I think that the changes that Kyle has made in that jail in terms of the environment itself, and I think the changes that he's made in terms of leadership and accessibility to leadership, the ability to quickly interdict employment issues that, you know, someone has a family issue, someone has something outside, he mitigates those pretty well. And then there's increased training so that those individuals that are in that facility, that work in that facility, feel more comfortable with how they go about their jobs. The use of force issues that once plagued that facility have been reduced greatly, which, as you can imagine, greatly reduces the stress upon a corrections officer if they know they're not going to face. There's always that possibility, and that will never go away, and that's not what I'm saying. But anything that you can do to reduce that, and there are things that you can do, and Kyle's proven that. All of those, all of those things can kind of combine together to make that a little more operationally efficient than I think it has been.
Yes, Councilor Fayo.
So I would be interested to know if you know or have heard feedback from the people, lost applicants that went to the state police or elsewhere, if they're giving you feedback of why they decided not to come here?
Well, I hesitate to say this, but almost every one of them unilaterally, it's pay. It's pay and benefits, but mainly pay. as I was when I started out. You know, I knew the state police had a pension plan. I didn't care. I thought I was going to be a state police officer forever and my career would last forever. But I woke up in 25 years and that pension was pretty important. So young guys walking in the door, they're looking at training and pay and vehicle and all that stuff, but the pay is the unilateral issue. That's what got our applicant that we just found out earlier this week that he was going to the ISP.
Anybody else? All right, well, thank you for your time.
I surely appreciate your time.
Thanks. All right. Anybody else that would like to make department updates for items not on tonight's agenda? All right, seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you. We normally would move to consent agenda items, but we don't have any this evening, so we'll dive right into the meat and potatoes of our agenda. And so we will start off with the hire and freeze review, item number 7.
Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval of the court's request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to hire in Fund 1000-0225 County General Courts 1 full-time court bailiff.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Welcome. Hello.
Judge Dekoff wanted me to apologize for her. She was planning on attending, but she is at a judicial conference in Indy where they asked her to be a speaker, so she wasn't able to make it back in time. So she's speaking up there in Indianapolis right now. But she was coming. I am here asking to fill our court bailiff position. It's been vacant now for a couple weeks. I currently have 7 total bailiffs. 1 bailiff has always stayed at the front door of the Justice Building for security, and 1 has to be next door in the Curry Building because Commissioner Raper has a courtroom there. So taking those 2 out, I have 5 bailiffs left then to cover 9 courts in the Justice Building. So needless to say, they're frantically scrounging around. Last week I had 1 out on a planned vacation and 2 called in sick. So I was 3 more short down, so my poor bailiffs out they were running frantic throughout. So security, obviously, this time of year, or any time of year, actually time of day, I should say, is very, very important. They cover everything. I listed on here all the stuff that they do. Just this is a small thing. They do a lot more than what is in there. But I'm just asking to see if we can get that filled as soon as possible for security, the judges, and the public.
Okay. All right. And looking at council here, and I already saw a hand fly up. Councilor Hawk.
Yes. Would you say that in most counties, or in some counties, that the bailiff is under the sheriff and trained by the sheriff?
Some of them are. Some counties, actually, the bailiff is actually the court reporter. A court reporter is a bailiff, because the security, like you said, is through the sheriff's department. But I know that has been discussed in the past, but it's always remained underneath our judges.
It just seems to me that that security person there in that courtroom is try to train this person in security. It would seem to me it'd be far more appropriate for people who are accustomed to working through security.
Well, I can tell you, most of my bailiffs I have are retired from either Bloomington Police Department or the Sheriff's Department. They retire because they can draw their pension through that and then get our bailiffs, which obviously is a lower pay. But that's what the majority of mine are because of the fact that they have that experience, which is, I love having that knowledge as my bailiffs.
I'm just suggesting we might give that some thought because that's, it would really be up to us, I think, as to where we would put that position. But I would really like to make sure that you're not stuck with trying to train somebody because you won't always be able to get somebody who's retired and has already had the training. And boy, we see lots of strange things happen, and we want to make sure people are safe in those courtrooms. So,
and we've even had some that have worked in the jail in other counties, so they're familiar with that too, that we've had apply. Right. So I'm lucky in that regard.
Anybody else have any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to public comment. If you have public comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here in the Nat U Hill room or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Councilor Crossley?
Yes.
Councilor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Fidel?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk? Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Decker?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
All right. Thank you.
I want to announce one more thing before I leave, since I haven't said anything. I am officially retiring. I've been here for 34 years. I have decided it's time to move to Florida to warmer days. So my last day as a county employee will be June 30th, last day of June. So it's coming up here very quickly. So I will be filling out paperwork to start filling my spot. I've loved my 34 years. I've done just about every spot in the Justice Building, not a bailiff, but not anything with an attorney. But for the courts, I started out as a court reporter. I became the jury coordinator, became the deputy court administrator, the court administrator. So
Congratulations.
part of it's sad, part of it's exciting. I throw on, get you paperwork with not telling you first why. So
Well, we appreciate that, and we thank you for your service, and it will be a sad time
It will
to
be sad.
see. We won't see you during budget.
no, that's why Jama joined me last year, because I said hopefully maybe she'll be able to take over my spot. I've trained her well. So, yes, Martin.
It just seems like yesterday the Bonnie was leaving.
No, I was
I mean,
here.
how many years ago has that been?
2018 is when I started. So.
If you
it
hang
comes
around
full
here
circle.
long enough, you get to retire.
But actually, Vicki Tavenaugh hired me. She was the court administrator 34 years ago, so she hired me.
Should be a little easier. You'll have one less court to be worried about.
That's our next
Don't
thing we're
say-
figuring out
Please
now.
don't say that you intend to spend the same kind of money, because we're going to tell you you can't.
Well, before you hit retirement, we are going to give you some evening time back because it's still light out. So we
I know.
appreciate that. Thank you very much.
And I think my husband's been texting me how much longer, because I think he's waiting for supper.
Well, thank you. All
Thank
right, and
you.
congratulations on your
Thanks.
upcoming retirement. All right, next up, we have item B from Employee Services.
Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval of the Employee Service Department's request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to hire in Fund 1000-0309 County General Employee Services a full-time HR director.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second, and I got something in my eye. But we have Ms. Purdy here. Welcome.
Thank you. And I want to say that Vicki Tavenaugh hired me also as a probation officer, so Vicki's hired a lot of us county employees, I think. So yes, I'm here to request the ability to fill the recently vacated position of our HR director. If you've got any questions, I'm happy to answer them. I just kind of want to give a highlight of some of the things that actually goes on in that office. They help with the office as a whole, and we've got right now basically 1.5 people in there. Posting vacancies, managing outreach, screening applicants. They process all the new hire paperwork, so as Ms. Abraham is leaving and the new is coming in, there'll be paperwork that'll be associated with that this particular office, and ideally the director is going to have direct input on. They process new hire paperwork, conduct mandatory trainings, ensure the adherence to merit principles. They are an important player to ensure that the county remains compliant with federal, state, and local laws, helping to reduce our exposure as much as possible. The director is especially important in addressing employee relations, such as workplace concerns, conflicts, grievances, questions related to policy interpretation. They also help in the development of our personnel policy, which is actually ultimately underneath the Board of Commissioners and approved by the Board of Judges and the prosecutor. They are involved in performance management, helping to guide supervisors as they are dealing with performance situations, and they are robust in our benefits administration. So I ask for your consideration on this, and
questions.
Great, thank you. We'll go to Councilor Hawk first.
Yes, I didn't hear you mention the payroll.
Okay. So yes, payroll is in the Employee Services Department, but that's not a true HR function. So that's why I didn't bring it up.
I get that. I understand it's not an HR function, and that's why I have a concern with it, and that's not a secret. I've tried to share that with as many people who I could get to listen. I've said from the beginning, payroll is supposed to be under the auditors and should not be under the commissioners. And actually, the way it's set up, it's literally under the commissioners, and the commissioners are the one who will vote up or down the payroll and claims given to them, and an employee under them is the one that is working on this. Now, you can tell me all kinds of boo-hoo you want, but I think that's an internal control problem, and I think we should address it. And that's not a secret. I've been saying that for how long? Ever since this happened. And I'm not saying this is your fault. I didn't say that you made this happen. But I think if you talk to other counties, or you're not going to see payroll being done under the auspices of the commissioners. And this would be an opportune time before we hire a new HR position to remove the responsibilities of those positions that's covering payroll. And I know it's a lot more for the auditor, but it's under the auditor's responsibilities. So, and if we don't do that, we have no one but ourselves at fault for this. And I've tried.
Councilor Henry?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Councilor Hawk, for bringing that question. So I guess just to get my own education up, I'd open it to anybody that knows. When did we move that position, the payroll, into our HR practice? How many years has that been going on?
It was before I was in the auditor's office, so I'm actually uncertain. Do you recall, Ms. Purdy?
Been a while.
It was during. Pardon me.
I guess I'm asking openly to see if you get the answer. Yeah.
So I wanted to know maybe if the auditor knows if other auditors in other counties do payroll, to get at that answer.
Yes, most do. It's a statutory duty of the auditor's office. However, I am aware that some counties that have HR, it has fallen under that office. They do a good job. I don't have an issue with the way things are run. I have spoken with Jeff Cockrell, the attorney for the auditor's office financial team, and he's comfortable with the situation. I just brought up a concern having it be a statutory duty and just any liability I have for work I have no control over, essentially. But they do a phenomenal job. We haven't had any issues. So I'm not saying it's broken. It's just kind of an awkward setup, if you will.
And I'm gonna go back to Councilor Henry because I don't think he was done.
Yeah,
So
no,
my
thank
apologies.
you. So I guess while the question's in the air, is there someone that can look to get an answer to when we the ordinance to do that? Is that something that's easily figure outable at the desk?
I would suspect you could look at the salary ordinance. I don't know. There wasn't any kind of other change that was made other than.
Well, I mean, that would have been the
the
change.
salary ordinance.
Do you have a recollection as the county administrator when that changed?
No, that's what I said earlier.
Okay. How long's the incumbent been, or the previous incumbent been in the? How long was he in the role?
Are we talking about payroll, or are we talking about the HR director, which is why I'm here?
Yeah, I'm talking E. Yeah. Well, how long was?
I don't know how long she was actually in the actual position of HR director, but was with the county for 10 years.
And if I recall, the HR director got switched a couple of years ago.
We had prior HR directors. I can't remember exactly when.
But it was like a term change that we did. I want to say it was back in '24.
Thank you.
Couldn't hear you. A what
In
change?
24.
A what change?
Or the HR director name change title.
Oh,
Yes,
There
it
was
was
something that happened
upgraded,
with
I
that.
believe.
Yeah.
It was upgraded at that time.
Okay. I'm gonna, before I go back to you, Councilor Hawk, I'm gonna see if anybody else has any. Yes, Councilor Wiltz, and then I'll come back.
So Councilor Hawk brought up the possibility that this is an internal controls concern. And so my question is, does the auditor or you as the commissioner's administrator, do you know what the internal control measures are for payroll? In whether it's in, I guess it's not in your office so much as, but is anyone here able to talk on that?
Somewhat, but again, I just want to keep pointing out that I'm here for the HR director position, so I was not prepared to talk about something that is not on the agenda, but the payroll person and the way it is set up in the employee services office is there's one person who primarily does payroll. There's another person who does kind of a split between payroll and the other HR duties. That way that person's trained to do payroll, so our payroll person can in fact have a vacation or be sick or something of that nature. And those two act as an internal control over each other. The one's inputting the information in, the other one is then reviewing that data. So it's just like any other office, you're going to have one person who's doing one thing, auditor has it all the time, another who's then reviewing that input.
I know that they do have an audit process in place as well between the two of them. So there are controls in place, and my team also, when we're fully staffed, we conduct payroll audits as well.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the way you would do it? The internal control aspect, if it were under you? Sounds like you're a fan of the current process, it's just not under you.
And I'm kind of indifferent.
Okay.
Because it's working. However, I mean, it's a duty under control of the auditor typically, and I would not turn it away.
Of course.
Some background information I have that I understand that the county was considering outsourcing it, and I think some sort of compromise. Does this sound familiar at all to you?
No, I think that we did look at a time and attendance kind of thing. That became a nightmare. That was like in 14, I think. I do believe that the transition occurred when Auditor Smith was in office. Beyond that, I don't know.
I see Ms. Turner King has her hand up.
So I looked through past salary ordinances, and the first time that the payroll administrator appears under human resources is in the 2021 salary ordinance.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna go back to Councilor Hawk.
Yes, I'd like to make it clear. We have an employee who's actually doing the payroll and should be under the auditor. It isn't like as if the auditor's going to have to train this person. This person could be seamlessly then placed under the auditor. If there's ever a time that the auditor wants to make sure that they have backup training or whatever, that would be up to the auditor. And we know that she's been short a person. If she had 1.5 people there, they were not actively working out on payroll. They could be of assistance and help us out with that shortfall there in the auditor's office. And believe me, this is not a secret to the auditor. I've talked with you about this for some time and saying, look, this is your responsibility. Something goes wrong, it's on your shoulders. And, you know, she doesn't want more on top of her shoulders, but nevertheless, when it's her statutory duty and she could use the assistance in her office, it would be remiss of us not to see if we could do some kind of adjustment. It would help out the auditor. It's not going to shortfall her. It's going to give her that extra person. And auditor wants to say I'm wrong.
Councilor Hawk, I will rebut that I am not responsible for work of another office, regardless of whether or not this falls under statutory duties. I've had robust conversations with the legal team about this, and I'm covered because I have no control over the process. I can offer guidance and advice, but I don't have that because I haven't been involved in payroll in the past as auditor or as part of the financial team. So
Okay, I apologize because I misspoke. I certainly didn't mean if they made a mistake, it's your fault. But if they're under you and they make a mistake, people look to you to say, auditor, you need to be watching your payroll. And that's just the way it's supposed to work. As you talk to any other county, and that is the way it works. I don't know why we're doing it differently, but we shouldn't. And we need to, when we're talking about replacing an HR director, we should be looking, as we are required to do, is look if there needs to be any office changes, any changes in how it's run. That's what part of we're supposed to be doing with job descriptions and so forth. So I have no objection, of course, to making sure we get an HR director, but I just don't think that they should have the responsibility of payroll under them.
I'm going to get back to the item on the agenda.
Thank you.
Do we have any candidates ready or that might be interested in this position that you know of at this point?
I am aware of some people within the county who have the necessary criteria for the position. I think it's really important, and that was going to be the focus, is to look for an internal candidate, because understanding county government is an animal unto itself. And so there is that.
Yeah, I just mentioned that because there's hundreds of county employees who depend on this position
Yes.
for all sorts of benefits. And the shorter that we keep this open, the better.
Thank you.
Any other final questions or comments on this item? Yes, Councilor Decker.
One thing I remember, and I can't remember if this was when I was council president or not, but I remember, well, I do know this, I was chair of long-term finance. We had a morning where payroll didn't go out. And let me tell you what, when that didn't happen, everybody's responsible. Nobody gives a rat's you know what about what statute says or constitution, state, federal, or otherwise. And the first thing we did in that long-term finance committee meeting was say, I believe it at the time was, does employee services, does the auditor, does the treasurer, does anybody want to make comments about what's going on? We were, I think, 2 hours, 15 minutes late on a check going out to direct deposit, and then it went out.
But I want to clarify, that was not an employee service issue. That was a different departmental issue, not the auditors and not employee services. Just want to make sure that's understood.
Absolutely. And my point is this on that. When those things, because that's what people want to know.
Absolutely.
Right? Is the county responsibly paying its bills? Are things happening or not? But when that happened, I remember somebody at the time said something like, well, what's a couple hours? Well, if you've got
a lot.
You got bills and payments and you've earned that money, it's a lot. And it was employee services that was very helpful with me in the after action of trying to figure out what should we have asked or not asked, because we weren't thinking about it as until that hits. I think it's the only time that happened. I do remember another time where payroll came out 2 days early.
Yes.
And that also offended people amazingly because that wasn't the regular thing. And I think that we have to be cognizant as all this moves forward that what folks are accustomed to from that end of benefit, end of information, end of access to all those systems, they don't want to go backwards. They want to make sure that we're moving forward, whatever format that takes.
Thank you. Anybody else with any other questions or comments? Right. Oh, did I miss you?
It's okay. I was just going to note that that we did collaborate really well together to ensure everyone was paid on payday. It was late, but it had to do with change in elected officials and permissions and bank issues. And so the problem was resolved. The treasurer worked really hard to ensure that occurred beginning at 6 a.m. when calls started to come in, that people noticed that their bank accounts weren't at the balance they anticipated. So it did work out, and the collaboration was good.
All right, we will move on to public comment on this item. Oh, sorry, did you have something else, Councilor Hall?
I would just like to make sure that we put it on our agenda to address this and not have it under the HR and the job description, because that's very important. And I think it is something that we need to do. So I hope that we don't just talk about it and then we just won't do anything about it. And if we're going to say no, then I want everybody's no on record.
When you say on the agenda, because it's on there now, like, are you talking about for budget or?
Well, when you're talking about replacing a position, then you look at the job description, and right now that job description says that they're over payroll, and then that literally means HR is under Commissioner's Administrator. Hard for me not to say under Angie, but anyway, which then means it's right under Commissioners. And so then you had somebody doing the payroll, and it is going to the Commissioners to vote on the payroll, and that is where I think that needs to go back to the auditor, and it's up to us to do that. So I would like to, at no later than our next meeting, have that on our agenda, because all it takes is to move it from HR in the salary ordinance, put it under auditor in the salary ordinance. It will not change what the job description is of the auditor, because it's already in her job description. Now, it might be that the square foot of where they go, maybe that's what happened at the time. I do not know why Auditor Smith, it was under Kathy Smith, that she wanted it done this way or thought it would work better. But we can't just say, well, this works better, so let's just do it that way. There's rules.
If I may, I do know one of the issues was how well payroll and benefits had fit together. That was, I think, a significant component to the idea of moving a payroll position into the HR department. And that was not ever initiated by myself or the Board of Commissioners. This was something that I believe Auditor Smith at that time thought was going to be the best way to address payroll and benefits. So I do believe that was why that was thrown in there.
Yes.
And I was just going to add, I quickly looked at the job descriptions. If you're going to make that change, you're talking about amending 3 job descriptions.
They would have to go back to WIS. 2 of them would only need a reporting structure change, but the HR director would have to go back.
Which is expensive.
Did you cover that HR does the health, it's over the health services?
Yes. That's
Did
all.
you cover that? I don't
I don't think I mentioned any of that, but that is part of the benefit prep package. So when we reference benefits, the clinic is considered part of that.
Okay. So before I move on to public comment, is there anything else anybody would like to add? Okay. So I'm going to public comment. So if there's public comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here in the Nat U Hill room or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Fidel?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk?
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard? Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
All right.
Thank you. And,
Thank you.
Mr. Huber sent me a text saying that he was going to apply for the position.
All right.
He's not qualified.
Next up, we have council business, and we will start with the prosecutor's office.
Council, I move to approve the prosecutor's request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to transfer internally a misdemeanor deputy prosecutor from account line 13013 to account line 13008, and then hire in fund 1000-0009 county general prosecutor, a full-time misdemeanor deputy prosecutor, and account line 13013.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. We are joined by the prosecutor. Welcome, and Ms. Hamlin.
Good evening. Thank you, Council. By way of context, we have 4 criminal courts here in Monroe County, and therefore we have 4 misdemeanor deputy prosecutor positions, 1 for each criminal court. Each of those 4 caseloads is fairly large. So we would first like to move the person who is currently in the Circuit 2 misdemeanor prosecutor position to Circuit Court 9 at his request. And then we would like to post and fill the misdemeanor position that would then be left vacant in Circuit Court 2. So we have had a vacant misdemeanor position since late November. It was actually the week of Thanksgiving was the last week for the person who left. So the position that's been open has largely been supervised by our Circuit Court 2 felony prosecutor, and myself and several of my deputies have been covering that vacancy on a rotating basis. Just, all hands on deck, making sure that those court hearings are covered. So we have had, we employed part-time a law clerk about a year ago, and he has also been helping to prepare those cases. He just took the February bar exam, and he has passed that exam. And so we expect him to be a licensed attorney here in mid-May. Yes, we're very excited. He's very smart and talented, and he's already been lending a great hand with legal research and writing in some of our more serious felony cases, but also pitching in to help with this vacant caseload. I would like to offer him the open position, but obviously we will properly post the position to the public and ensure that he does go through with his swearing in on May 12th. I will say having multiple people fill in for a vacant caseload does not do it justice. There's not continuity of knowing the case very well. There's risk of things being missed in the cases, and often they move a bit slower than we might like. So really these caseloads too are too high for people who already have full-time caseloads to be trying to mind them. So I did provide in our request, or Ms. Hamlin did, the volume of the work that our deputy prosecutors have. So the Circuit Court 2 felony prosecutor, who's been largely supervising the vacant position, she handles roughly 249 felony cases at any given time, and she has tried the majority of the homicide cases that have been tried in the last few years. There's 392 misdemeanor cases in the vacant position. In the Circuit Court 2 misdemeanor position, 477 pending cases. So I'm not going to go through every single caseload, just that is pretty representative of the caseloads that we're looking at. IPAC and WIS have assessed the need for deputy prosecutor staffing across the state, and their determination based on the volume of cases that's presented to my office by law enforcement for prosecution is that we need 2 additional deputy prosecutor positions on top of what we have. I'm not asking for that, but I just like to remind you that even when I'm fully staffed, I'm still short-staffed. So I can't afford to have long-term vacancies. We have tried our best to cover this for several months, but we simply can't lose this position. So the prosecutor's office is responsible for the protection of the constitutional and statutory rights of both defendants and victims, which includes certain deadlines, procedures, and the highest burden of proof under Indiana law. We, simply can't live up to our expectations and high standards without having a full team. I will remind you the content of our work is difficult and it does come with secondary trauma. I'll spare you that secondary trauma, but this is to the tune of between 250 and 400 some cases each. So please allow me to shift caseloads for my person in Circuit Court 2 to Circuit Court 9, and then post and fill the Circuit Court 2 misdemeanor position effective immediately. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have any questions? I'm looking to my left here. Yes, Councilor Wiltz.
Yes, thank you. I did notice the numbers that you provided about the caseloads. And my question is, how much is there on that? So I imagine those numbers are pretty stable, but there's the people involved probably move through and off as new come on. And I'm just curious as to how long one case stays on the
docket. Yeah.
Is it a docket? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it varies depending on the level of offense, the type of offense, whether we're waiting on laboratory testing or not. There's a lot of different factors that impact how long it takes to prosecute a case. But I can say when you have continuity of prosecutor, it certainly moves a little bit faster because decisions can be made more quickly and on the fly, as opposed to having to say, well, we'll have to go take a closer look at that. I have been relatively fortunate recently that we haven't had a high amount of turnover recently. I think that is largely due to the council's help in giving us better salaries a few years ago. So people do stay recently, but nevertheless, you do sometimes have some turnover. So my hope is we will get this person who I'm hoping we can fill the position with is very excited to be here, and I think he will be a really good fit for the office.
Yes, Councilor Iverson.
In the paperwork that your office submitted for this request, you submitted a estimated fiscal impact that was flat. Does the updated job description change those calculations?
No, they're both misdemeanor positions, so they're both the same SO Attorney A, I believe it is, at 40 hours.
So the economic impact of this, the fiscal impact of this is zero. It's flat. Great, thanks.
Yes, Councilor Hawk.
Yes, when you, just because I simply don't know, so I used to think you don't ask a question if you don't know the answer, but I'm going to ask the question. Let's say you have one defendant who's been charged for 4 or 5 different things. Is each thing they're charged for a different case, or is it one person, one caseload?
I believe for our caseload stats, we counted individual cases. So it may be that one defendant has multiple cases, and each of those cases would count as a case.
Yeah, because I think if you just say the number for caseload, that's not really giving us the true picture. If it's one defendant who's being charged with, if you're looking at jail stats and whatever, you see all the different things they're charged with, and then are you counting that 6 different things as 6 different caseloads when it's really one person? I think that when you talk to us about caseloads, it might be, for those of us who really don't know any different, it might be misleading.
Well, I might just just clarify that just because you have one person that is charged with 6 different cases doesn't make that one case. Each of those different pending cases has a burden of proof of beyond a reasonable doubt. Each of those 6 pending cases would have a different investigation with different evidence that would have to be reviewed, potentially different lab requests and other evidentiary concerns. So just because it is one person doesn't mean it isn't 6 cases.
And one more question. And I believe I heard you say earlier they work with Circuit Court number 9. Did I hear you say that?
So the person that wants to move from Circuit Court 2 to Circuit Court 9. And so I'm asking to fill Circuit Court 2.
Okay, the reason I'm asking which court number is the one that's going to no longer be after the end of this year. Well, the state removed. And believe me, when they looked at whether or not to remove one, it was because we didn't have as high caseloads here as they do in other counties because, the state's responsible for paying for some of these, for the judges. So which circuit court number is the judges leaving?
Yes, that is Circuit Court 2. However, it is my understanding that the Board of Judges will likely have another judge in a criminal docket, so we will still have 4 criminal courts.
Just.
Anybody else? Yes, Counselor Wiltz.
Just so that I understand what you just, it's your understanding that we'll move someone from a different court into that?
I want to be clear that the Board of Judges are still deliberating and have not officially announced anything, but it's my understanding that we will still have 4 courts handling criminal cases.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments on this item? Yes, Counselor Hall.
Sorry. This was something I was thinking about when I was looking at budgets. Are there any cities that have city court for misdemeanors? I thought at one time we took the misdemeanors and so the city didn't have that responsibility, but that was a long time ago.
Yep, so several counties have town courts and city courts in addition to their county courts. It is still the county prosecutor's office that is responsible for prosecuting those cases. So, for example, in Lake County, they have prosecutors that are assigned in Hobart, Crown Point, as well as their county. I mean, all the different towns and cities that they have as well as so they have a huge sprawling prosecutor's office.
But at one time, we thought it benefited the county to have the misdemeanors. But it seems to me that there's a lot of charges that are under the misdemeanors. And I don't know what we would have to do to get the city to take it back, but I'd like to give them a present. It would really, because that's a lot of in and out. And then the city will have responsibility for that. And I would think it's just the misdemeanors in the city. It's not like if it was, but I don't know the answer to that. It's been so long since I studied it.
Yeah, I can say that I have only practiced in Monroe County, and so I have not lived that life of town courts and city courts, so I can't advise on that.
This may sound like a lot of unusual questions, but we are right in the middle of, we've got to start making adjustments, look at new things with new eyes and new thoughts about how we can operate budgets. So,
I appreciate it. I think you're a problem solver, Marty. I get it.
All right. Any other questions or comments on this item? A good comment, Councilor Hawk. Okay. All right. Moving on. We'll go to public comment. If there's public comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here in the Natty Hill Room or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, maybe please have a roll call vote.
Counselor Fidel?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk?
No.
Counselor Will?
Yes.
Counselor Henry? Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crosby?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Motion passes, majority 6-1.
Next up, item B.
Council, I move to approve the prosecutor's request in Fund 9159-0000, High-Tech Crime Unit Fund, for category transfer of $1,205 from the capital category to the services category.
Second.
All right, what would you like to add?
Good evening. This is sort of a housekeeping item. It's all involving our high-tech crime unit grant fund. Back in 2024, under Fund 9159, we appropriated $52,000 to purchase a vehicle for the high-tech crime unit director to serve the 11 counties. It was funding that came from the IPAC. The vehicle that we purchased was a little bit under that, $1,205 under that. What I'm trying to do is free that money up out of the 40s, move it over to the 30s so we can spend it on general office expenses rather than leaving it in a line that we can't use.
All right. Any questions or comments on this item? Councilor Hawk.
Yes, I heard you just say general office expenses, but this says that you're going to use it to help pay the salary for the high-tech crime unit from the town of Ellisville. Is that still your plan?
My executive summary says remaining funds to be spent on basic office expenses. I mean, they could end up being spent for that, but those are all in the 30s as he's paid on a contract line.
Just going by what I'm reading. This is part of our agenda, and that's...
Well, I don't have your agenda in front of me. I just have what I submitted.
Yeah, it does say on here that this will allow the remaining funds to be spent on monthly HTCU salary invoices.
Yeah, it says going from vehicle purchase to contracts. 30056.
Okay. That is to fund him, which will free up $1,205 in that line to spend in other lines within the 30s.
Yeah, I want to double check your request real quick.
Okay. I probably asked to move it. Oh, no. I have it going to 30030, office expenses.
Well, that's not what it says. We need to redo the motion or something.
Well, I think Michelle is looking first. And then if we need to, we need to.
Actually, my motion just mentioned categories.
Yes, on your request, it does have 30056 contracts.
Okay. Well, I'm fine to transfer it over or appropriate it into there, and I can make adjustments within the 30s. I don't think that's a problem.
That's acceptable.
Okay. Okay. So we can do that. Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, we'll move on to public comment. If there's public comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here in the room or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Councilor Hawk?
Yes.
Councilor Wiltz?
Yes.
Councilor Henry?
Yes.
Councilor Deckard?
Yes.
Councilor Crossley?
Yes.
Councilor Iverson?
Yes.
Councilor Feidel?
Yes.
Motion unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is item C from the Highway Department.
Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval of the Highway Department's request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to hire in Fund 1176-0000 motor vehicle highway at 75% and 1173-0000 motor vehicle highway restricted at 25%, a full-time traffic control technician / laborer.
Second.
All right, Ms. Bridge, welcome. What would you like to tell us on this?
So a while back, you had approved us filling a truck driver position. We have, but the new changes with the CDL policy, we signed ourselves up. We are a certified training facility at this point. We have a certified trainer on staff. So we hire a traffic control technician, doesn't have to have a CDL, but if they have interest and they want to work towards what we would see as a promotion, they can go through our CDL training, and then we cover the cost of the first test. And if they pass, then we promote them to truck driver, which is an increase in pay and everything, and other benefits, overtime options. So we had a successful candidate move into a truck driver role, so it opened up the traffic control technician position, which is basically a lot of times our flaggers, so we don't have to hire outside sources.
Thank you. All right, any questions or comments on this item from Ms. Ridge? Yes, Councilor Wiltz.
Do you train people outside county government?
Yeah.
As part of it's just specifically this conduit?
Yeah,
Okay.
we keep it within our department. I think like NDOT has a program and such.
Yeah.
I believe City of Bloomington sends them to the schooling and pays for the schooling. This was just a little bit more economical for us because they're actually working for us, also doing the flagging, and then when we have the time, we're doing the training. So they're getting paid to do the training, but they're also helping us in other areas of the department. So it's kind of been, I think we've had 3 or 4 successful candidates, and they've all stayed. So it's been a good program for us.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, maybe, whoops, before we have a roll call vote, we'll go to public comment. If there's public comment, you can raise your hand via Teams or come forward to the lectern in the room. And seeing none, maybe please have a roll call vote.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Fight? Counselor Hawk?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Next up, item D.
Council, I move to approve the Highway Department's request in Fund 9106-0000 CCMG or Community Crossings Matching Grant for an additional appropriation of $1 million in the services category.
Second.
So this is the portion that NDOT sends us, and we received that receipt for the deposit. So now we need to appropriate it into the line so we can do the paving projects.
Even time. All right. Any other questions or comments for Ms. Ridge on this item? Seeing none, we'll move to public comment. You can raise your hand via Teams or come forward to the lectern here in the room. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Feidel?
Yes.
Counselor Hogg?
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Next up, item E.
Council, I'll be combining.
E and F.
I will be combining items E and F into one motion. I move to approve the Highway Department's request in Fund 1135-0000 Cumulative Bridge to create account line 15815 Highway Engineer, approve additional appropriations of $18,187 in the personnel category, and simultaneously approve an amendment to the 2026 salary ordinance to add account line 15815 Highway Engineer split 40 hours SO exempt.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Ms. Ridge?
So this is just finishing the process. I came a few weeks ago asking for the position to be looked at to increase to draw candidates that can fit for a professional engineer. So this is actually the steps to finish that process.
Any questions or comments from council on this item? Seeing none, okay. We'll move to public comment. If there's public comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here in the room or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, maybe please have a roll call vote.
Counselor Crossley? Yes. Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Feidel?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk?
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you.
Could you please send to us where the $1 million is going to be spent on the community crossing?
Actually, yeah, I don't have the 25 roads exactly memorized in my head at this point, but they have all been awarded. Milestone was the low contractor for this. We just had our pre-construction meeting for it. We plan on giving them the notice to proceed May 3rd, after our freeze and thaw period ends. We have various locations around the county. I believe there's a couple subdivisions in there. I wish I had that list. It's actually posted on our website also for the paving projects for just this community crossing. We plan on putting bids out for some other roads that we want to have done in 2026 also.
Right. And I know you've discussed that certainly with me, and I appreciate that. But I think since we just voted on that $1 million, boom, didn't discuss it or anything, I thought maybe we might want to talk about it just a little bit. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
All right,
Thank
you. Yes,
Do you want me to read the list from the website?
Sure.
It says, the following road subdivisions will be part of the paving season in 2026. Bennett Lane, Crum Road, Graves Road, Mount Tabor Road, Old State Road 37 North, Popcorn Road, Prather Road, Rush Bailey Addition, and Orchard Estates. The project will be put out to bid in the next 30 to 60 days for the 2026 season.
All right, that's it. Thank you. All right. Next up, since we amended the agenda, this is where we go to the Sheriff's Department.
Council, this is item O. Council, I move to open for discussion the sheriff's request to move appropriations into the overtime line.
Second.
All right. Hello.
Hello. This is just to move money for CHIRP because we're always overexpending. We don't really know how much we're going to spend each quarter. This is just to kind of help from going into the negative.
Okay. Any questions or comments on this item? Pretty self-explanatory. All right. Seeing none, we'll move to public comment. If there's public.
Excuse me, this was a motion for a discussion only. There's not a motion to allow that in-house transfer.
Wait, where are we? Lost?
Okay.
So somebody just needs to make a motion to approve, to allow the department to do an in-house transfer per the resolution.
Council, I move to allow the sheriff's office to move these dollars as allowed in the resolution.
Second.
Okay. Now we got a motion and a second. Does that satisfy what we need to do? Okay. All right. Any other final discussion on this?
I have 2 motions and 2 seconds, right?
No, it's only one. Technically, we only had, it was a motion for discussion, and then we have to move to approve it. And so that's what Councilor Iverson just did.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Seeing no other further questions or comments, we'll move to public comment on this item. Raise your hand via Teams or come forward to the lectern here in the room. And seeing none, maybe please have a roll call vote.
Councilor Fine. Councilor Hawk. Councilor Hawk.
Oh, me? Oh, yes.
Councilor Wiltz.
Yes.
Councilor Henry.
Yes.
Councilor Deckard.
Yes.
Councilor Crossley.
Yes.
Councilor Iverson.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
All right, next up, item P.
And before I read this motion, is the amount of $12,468.75 correct?
No.
I thought so.
Read the motion, and then there'll be a discussion to amend it.
All right. Council, I move to approve the sheriff's request in Fund 1000-0005, County General Sheriff, to deappropriate the amount of $12,468.75 in the personnel category.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second.
We need to amend this to $4,668.75.
Say that again, please.
$4,668.75.
Excellent. Council, I amend my motion to be in the amount of $4,668.75.
Second.
All right. Any further questions or comments on this item? Yes, Councilor Vital.
So I'm not sure it's obvious to me why we're changing the number. Could somebody explain why the number got changed?
So the 12,000 is for the first quarter. Part of that is 2025 funds, part of that is 2026. The $4,668.75 is for 2026.
Okay. No other further questions or comments on this item? Public comment time. You can raise your hand via Teams or come forward to the lectern here in the room. Seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Okay, so first, do we need to vote on the amendment? We need to do a voice vote on the amendment to change from 12 to 4, and then we can do a vote on the entire motion.
Okay. So all those in favor of the amendment of the $4,668.75 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. All right, motion carries. So now can we have a roll call vote?
Counselor Hawk?
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley? Yes. Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Feidel?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Okay. All right, next up is item Q.
Council, I move to approve the Sheriff's requested Fund 8103-0000 Operation Pullover Grant to create account line 17101 overtime and simultaneously appropriate $12,468.75 in the personnel category.
Second.
Okay. And what would you like to add to this item?
I mean, it's self-explanatory just to have the line item. Go ahead.
Okay. I see Ms. Gregory has her hand raised.
Yes, if we could please amend this motion to reflect the same amount of the previous amended motion, that would be great. The $4,668.75.
Right.
All right. Council, I move to amend the original agenda to change the appropriation to $4,668.75.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the amendment? Yes.
Council office agrees with this, correct? All right, thank you.
Okay. All right. No other further questions or comments from council? All those in favor of making this amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. All right, motion carries. Now coming back to the overall, is there any other final discussion? Seeing none, we'll move to public comment. You can move to, or come to the lectern here in the room, or you can raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Will?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Feidel?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night. All right, next we go right back to our original programming, which is item G from the clerk's office.
Council, I move to open for discussion the clerk's request for overtime in Fund 1000-0001 County General Clerk.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second, and we're joined by the new Chief Deputy. Hello. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I am Tanner Branham. I'm the new Chief Deputy of the Monroe County Clerk's Office. Nicole is out of town this week, so I am filling in for her tonight.
Welcome.
Thank you. So our request tonight is simply to fill or to reopen our overtime fund and transfer $7,000 into that line. This is to fund overtime pay for elections work. So we have several employees in the clerk's office who assist with elections during election season. That includes a lot of it is training. You know, we have a lot of poll workers, election day poll workers who work full-time jobs and they can't make our normal training days. And so we have individuals who assist with training after hours and on weekends. And that's primarily what this line is for.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments from council? Yes, Councilor Hall.
Yes. From the paperwork, it looked like as if you're asking for this overtime in the general fund, and of course, we wouldn't do that. Is that an error on your part?
When you say general fund, do you mean the clerk's fund? It is for an overtime fund in the clerk's line, not in the elections line, because this is for individuals who work in the clerk's office but assist with elections.
But it's still an election fund expense, so it needs to be under the election fund. Does that have to be re-advertised?
There's no overtime line in there.
Or
Want to do it, or do you want me?
Do we just say no and let them figure it out?
Well, I think this request is slightly more complex because it would require an amendment to the overtime resolution. The overtime resolution only allows overtime in the elections fund. So currently there's not an overtime line in the general fund. So if you're going to do this, if you're going to approve this request, we need to amend the overtime resolution to allow an overtime line in the general fund. And then you would have to approve the in-house transfer. It is correct that this is a request in the general fund. And so I have to advise that if you created the overtime line in the general fund, it does not limit it to just election expenses. The clerk's office could use that overtime amount for anyone paid out of the general line for any purposes. I know they're saying it's for election purposes, but once the line is created, it doesn't limit it to election purposes.
And I also want to state that if they have employees in the general fund that are doing election work, that just needs to be noted to the AOD payroll, and that amount can be taken out of the election fund. So that way it can be calculated and come from the fund where it's actually being worked.
Okay, because that was going to be my question is, couldn't we just, if an employee is trying to do that, couldn't we just signify somewhere that this is where this, they would get paid out of the election fund?
Yes, I mean, we do it for other departments, like in the highway, they may be out of Cume Bridge, but they get their snow out of a different fund, you know, so just because their main fund is general fund does not mean that their overtime has to be paid out of the general fund. If they are doing election work, like they're saying they're doing training and this kind of thing, that needs to be documented and calculated and then paid out of election fund so that we are getting an accurate amount of how much it's costing the election fund.
And I did provide a clerk overtime report from the 2024 election, and there's a couple of individuals that this exact mechanism that Michelle is describing was used for. For example, the election training specialist was paid overtime out of the election fund, but I do believe she's typically, or that employee is typically in the general fund. So there is a past practice of using the election fund to pay, I'm going to call it main office employees who are in the general fund.
Councilor Henry?
And the clerk can't do the training.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for being here tonight. I apologize. I think I've inhaled all the pollen in town. So, understand some operational things going on. I understand there's an election going on. I understand you're busy. I couldn't possibly understand why. But in any case, before going into the election, what was the staffing, like how many FTEs were operating in the elections office before we went into, like what was the plan? How many FTEs did you go in with thinking you'd have for the month?
Oh. Just the week prior, we had dropped down to 1 full-time and 1 part-time, and then we had came for the 1 part-time position to be filled.
Aim for the part-time.
So that's a separate discussion. We have an additional request to fill a full-time role, but yes. So
It's related because of how many FTEs we have and asking for overtime for coverage. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah. So currently there are 2 full-time employees in the office, right? And one full-time employee?
One full-time, not including myself.
Yes.
And one part-time.
Oh, not including yourself. Sorry, I was including you. So yes.
You're down 2 people, 2 human. Where are those 2 people? Did they leave government service?
One is in the clerk's office.
So the clerk pulled a election or voter reg side worker in the election month to court side during election month. Chief Deputy, do you have an explanation as to why we would move staff around in that way? I'm just kind of curious.
Well, this move happened before I started in my current position.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Is there a possibility for whoever's left to take comp time or use or other means to flex during this month?
I currently have one that is using comp time, and then I will say I am currently sitting at 140 hours in comp.
You yourself are at 140 hours of comp, and then we're ratcheting up comp on somebody else, and we're down 1.5 people.
Correct.
One was someone who left government service. The clerk moved to courts. Okay, got it. I think we already got into the difference between election and general fund, so I'll leave that question for someone else. Thank you.
Anybody else have any other questions? Yes, Michelle. Okay, you keep raising your hand, so I'm like.
I would add there, as a reminder, council did allow an overtime line in the election fund in the amount of $5,000, and I believe that none of that has been expended yet. So there's $5,000 in the election fund.
And that was done late March?
That was done in February. February 24th.
Okay. I knew it, 24th.
So if we just vote this,
Yeah. Yes,
so
Councilor.
if we just vote this down, they have the ability to pay these people in the proper fund.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
As a reminder to the public, and the motion here was for discussion, and I certainly, as one of the liaisons, was happy to send over, make sure you have a copy of the overtime resolution and the 6 points that are outlined in that resolution for when could be brought back that need to satisfy that resolution. So I'm happy to continue to work with you all as your liaison.
Yes, Councilor Decker.
I want to hear a little more on what that does in that office, because I'm very aware that we are in an election right now, that people are coming out in large amounts from what I can tell. And I want to make sure that all of us are thinking through this properly so that we're not doing something that in 2 weeks you can't fix or do. So if we do not do this amount, what does that do on your end? And Chief Deputy, I'll look to you, or the election director who is in the weeds of it.
So I think the biggest impact, as I said earlier, would be on training. So that's primarily what this funding is being used for. So primarily election day workers and those ones who cannot come to a training during office hours. So it would potentially impact that. I was under the impression initially that we would not be able to pay these employees under the election line and that it would have to come out of the clerk's line. But if that is not the case, then we can pay these out of the elections line. We may want to.
I was also under the same impression. So I think in the past it's always been the individuals who've been paid out of the election is only from election day overtime, and then everything else was from the clerk's overtime line. So all of the training that happens prior to election day was being paid out of the clerk's overtime line, and then on election day the trainer was being paid their overtime for that day from the election budget.
I want to say now that might have been the past practice before you went to AOD, but with utilizing AOD, that is, is not necessary any longer. And it can be earmarked appropriately.
I will say with this, it will be that we're going to have to re-advertise and probably come back to ask for more in that, because we were only originally anticipating to pay 3 people overtime out of this line. So I want to make sure that our trainer is getting overtime for her extra hours that she's working, because comp time is not, it's beneficial for some, and for some it's not as beneficial. So I want to ensure that we're going to have training for all of our workers. So I'll continue taking comp until we can re-advertise, until further notice.
And just so you know, the deadline for the 28th is already passed. You would have to apply, it would be for the May 12th meeting.
Yes, Councilor Wiltz.
Or you can come back and ask for an in-house transfer like this, or a category transfer.
Right. Councilor Wiltz.
Okay. I have a question about the trainer position. Is that person is training a kind of a second duty that only comes about during election time, and they do something else the rest of the year? Is that?
Yes, that is accurate.
Okay. And what do they do?
They work in a criminal.
Oh, they're not even in the voter side.
No, they are housed in the general fund.
Yeah, they're in the clerk's office and then assist with training in the elections office.
But they're not in the voter part of the clerk's
Yes,
office.
they are in the they're in the clerk's general fund.
Okay. And is that the only person who's training, or are you also lots of people training?
So it generally is just her who is training. There have been instances in the past where I've had to step in for a class if she's unable to do something, or if she's going to be late, so on and so forth. And then right now we're kind of trying to figure out the way that it will work for the general, just because of some staffing that we're kind of questioning at this time.
Can I continue? So who does this person's job over on the other side when they're training?
So we have 2 other employees in the criminal area. So.
And what's the job title?
Election training specialist.
Election training specialist. But they do other things.
Yes, correct.
Interesting. I don't even know what to ask because I'm so confused. Okay. All right. So,
If you like, I can send you a copy of that job description just for your review.
that would be great. I clearly have more questions than maybe we need to take time right now figuring out.
There's a lot of things that's on this job description that, that pertains to elections. So it's not just training. One of them is, it says, monitors the legislative election topics and adapts existing election procedures to ensure Monroe County is in compliance. So it's just not one training. There's several things on here that they're supposed to be doing as the training specialist.
And there's just one training specialist? Or
Yes, there's one.
So the 2 other people are, what's their job? You said there were 2 other people.
Yes, within the criminal. I forget their exact title, but they're criminal case clerks within the clerk's office. They're processing those cases.
The trainer also goes to election board meetings, does all the minutes for those, and then also in their description, it says that if they are needed to, they would go to council and commissioner meetings as well.
In those
budgets. Do they do that? Have they done that ever?
They have, I believe, in 2024, early 24 or late 23, when we came for the increases for poll workers. That was a fun time.
We screwed up something, or it was controversial.
It was.
They came to train us.
They came to train us.
Just so you know, it says they assist court case managers during non-election times. So there's positions within their office with regards to court case managers that they work with.
Make more sense though that they would be in the election fund / side of things.
I think this is my opinion, but I think it could be like a split pay because you would have this person working so much in the election stuff and so much in general fund, but there is a year, I think, where there's no elections. So, you know, I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
2025, there were no elections.
Yeah, so I don't know how you would handle that kind of stuff. Yeah, so
I will say in 2025, the election training specialist did help with trying to amend training materials during that time period. Those are time periods where we really try to catch up on things, or if we're going to just do a complete overhaul of something, that's when we do it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yes, Councilor
And
Iverson.
I will also reassure everyone that the liaisons are very aware of this. And so as budget time gets closer and closer, maybe we will revisit some of these conversations.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Well, that was a discussion. Okay. And y'all are doing good despite your clerk not being here. So we appreciate that. All right. Next up is next item.
This is,
no, there was a motion for a discussion only.
Yeah.
So since they have overtime in their election fund,
they can
just
go.
going to move forward with what we got on that.
Council, this is item H, although for those of you following along in the packet, the numbering got a little off. So this is, I move to open for discussion and possible approval for the clerk's request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to hire in Fund 1215-0010 Election Fund Voter Registration, a full-time voter registration clerk.
Second.
Okay. And what would y'all like to add to this?
So this is going to be a individual in the office who was moved to the clerk's office, so we need to fill this position. We do already have an idea of who we will be moving into that. It will be an in-house transfer, and then we'll have to come back to request a part-time position to be filled at a later time.
All right. Yes, Councilor Henry.
Thank you. Do you have a part-time person in mind as well, given?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so the likelihood that they start before May 5th is probably what?
Not likely, just because of timeline of coming back.
But we'll definitely get it ready for the general. Okay. Sorry, is the clerk on personal leave or at a conference?
Conference. I believe, correct, yeah.
Am I asking which conference this one is?
I am not sure.
Okay. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Iverson.
On the fiscal note attached to this request, it shows a savings of $7,739, mostly due to the person who left had a higher, was here for a longer time.
Correct.
So, okay, great.
Any other questions or comments on this item? Well, because the motion was for a discussion and possible approval.
Council, I move to approve the clerk's request to be exempt from the hiring freeze and be allowed to hire in Fund 1215-0010 Election Fund Voter Registration, a full-time voter registration clerk.
Second.
Okay. We got a motion and a second. Is there any other final questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, we'll move to public comment. If there's public comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here in the room or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Councilor Fidel?
Yes.
Councilor Hawk?
Councilor?
But she just said she didn't need this yet.
What?
Oh, whatever. I thought we weren't going to vote on this. I thought we Discussion.
We did, and Councilor Iverson moved, and it was seconded to go ahead and
Okay,
move
all
forward.
right, I'll just vote no, since I don't know.
Okay.
Counselor Will?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley? Yes. Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Motion passes majority 6-1.
Okay.
I wanted to give you guys a little bit of an update. Today we did have a new high for total for one day at early voting, which brought us up to 197. And then we are at a grand total of 986 voters so far during early voting. This is higher than what we anticipated, but this is also right now looking at higher than any other midterm election in Monroe County.
Good, thank you. And before you leave, I do want to ask a question about that. So is the signage and everything, I know that was a big oopsie daisy moment from last week, but after that, everything seems to be moving along smoothly?
Yeah, so all signage issues have been taken care of. We have new spacings and new lines drawn out for where they are allowed to and not allowed to place candidate signs. And then I also sent out an email to both party chairs for them to send out to candidates to show those designated spaces. And then parking has also got fixed for our poll workers. Originally, they were parking at the Morton Street garage, and it has been moved to the Trades District garage, which is directly behind the Showers building.
Okay. And out front, there's some no parking signs. Is that for you all as well?
Yeah, so those are also additional overflow parking for anybody who's coming in to vote.
Okay.
I just want to follow up that. So my understanding was that some poll workers had to pay for parking anyway due to some concern with the city garage. We didn't have free parking for poll workers for a few
Yeah,
days,
I think it was the first day or two. There was some miscommunication, which we were also dealing with the sign issue with the city. So the parking passes were set up for the wrong garage, and we were told one garage, but it was supposed to be the Trades District garage.
So we originally told the Morton Street garage that our cards were for that, but they were actually for the Trades District. So we had people trying to park, but then their cards didn't work, and then they paid for parking, and yeah.
Chance we get that reimbursed for our good poll workers. Something to ask the city, I suppose.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I know that a lot of them, they would just push the button and say that they were a poll worker, and they were just letting them out, but there were some individuals who just paid for it.
Yes, Councilor Hawk.
Okay, a question. Is it possible or even allowable to, okay, let's say if you have 100 people show up for early voting in whatever day, then can you go back and look at what areas they're voting in, what
Yes.
precincts?
Yeah.
So that you know whether or not you've got a higher turnout, say, we know there's a lot of discussion in Richland Township. I thought there might be a big turnout there.
We generally have a larger turnout during early voting from Richland precincts, which has always been interesting to not just us, but a majority of the community. I can actually pull a report and come to the next meeting to give you guys an update of where we're seeing the largest versus the smallest and do it during the department update.
Right, because generally, Richland, a lot of those areas, they like voting on election day, and so their early turnout is not would not normally be higher than usual. I mean, only for this reason. But I also was very curious about Clear Creek because there's that discussion in Clear Creek about who the trustee's going to be and so forth. So, I mean, just as a matter, I'm kind of a nerd. I like looking at numbers and see where it takes me. So,
yeah.
And the other question I had, first of all, I wanted to commend the person who did go in there and work on the CFA4 so that it was fillable. I did send you that message that I'm having trouble getting it to fill in the second column. So, but I was grateful it did because that really saves a lot of time to be able to fill it at home and then be able to email it. But I assume now I'm going to have to go in there in person and fill out that other column?
That, and also making sure that there is a physical signature on the CFA for it. It can't be a digital signature, so that'll be another, it will have to be filled out for that portion.
Oh, and soon I called the state and they didn't, that's something different from what they were saying. They said that was really pretty much up to the local office. So I thought, well, you know, since we'd always done it with the e-signature, since you could do that, that you would say, all right, well, I'll see you tomorrow.
Sounds good. See ya.
Can't wait. Is there parking for people have to go in that if we're not voting?
So anybody who's visiting the office has been using the voter parking for that, and there is the additional on the street that you can use as well.
You know, I can. Okay. You're just gonna come out and get me.
Yes, Councilor Vital.
So I'm just curious how many spots are available at any one point in time for voters?
In the parking lot, right now it's mainly open. Just this first 2 weeks, it's not. There's been quite a few, but in our parking lot, it's coming in as like small groups. So there's only about 3 or 4 cars that are parking at a time. So there's still plenty of space.
I just want to know the availability of parking. How many are available?
I don't know the exact number. I can get that and then send it to you in an email.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's about it. Again, thank you for being on the hot seat, despite your clerk not being here. So we appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. John, thank you all for what you do.
And council, I would like to ask, because I know we got members of the public that are here for another item, if we can, before we get to that bigger item, we still have the aviation department, so we need to continue to move along. So next up is item J.
Council, I move to approve and fund 1186-0000 rainy day, the creation of account line 40016 storm damage repair.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second, and we'll wait for Mr. Laverty to jump. Nope.
Organized.
I thought we were through.
Oh, yeah.
Hello.
We tabled the other one.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
So, yeah, I am here. We had a significant tornado event at the airport. We're looking. Initially, we were thinking $2 million worth of capital damage out there, and it's fluctuated between 2 and 4. Right now, we're looking at approximately $3 million in damage. And of course, the airport does not have that kind of cash on hand to start mobilizing all of the contractors that we need to make the essential and urgently needed repairs, particularly to our wildlife and perimeter fence. We had over 2 miles of fence line destroyed by the tornado. That's over $1 million in itself. And before we were able to get to work on a lot of that fence, there was a lot of landscaping, tree removal that had to take place. So we instantly mobilized those folks, but as it stands right now, we still have large sections of perimeter fence that is non-existent, and so we look towards the county for help in making those rainy day funds accessible for us to start mobilizing contractors and effecting those repairs as immediately as possible. And it's been a little bit of a process getting access to the rainy day funds. There's a lot of stuff I don't really understand. That everyone at the county has been helping as much as possible, but there's some legal wrangling that has to take place, and Kim and Brianne can tell you about that. And what I will say also is our insurance company, I can't remember their name right now, they've been very responsive. They've been out on site 2 times, and they did forward us $500,000. They did write a check after coming out on their first visit. And so we'll get to that later. But so the insurance company's working with us. They're still we've given them an inventory list of all of the damage. And we're still working with them to get a final determination. But right now it looks like it's approximately $3 million that we're going to be eventually claiming.
All right, thank you. I'll go to Councilor Iverson, and then I think I saw the auditor had her hand raised.
I want to start with two issues I have with this request. Number one, when we established the rainy day fund, this was the fund of last resort. Every other general fund, special funds, all had to be exhausted before we even touched this. So my first question to you is, do you feel you've met that standard?
What that is, sorry about that. Yeah, when we came to, as far as the airport goes, we have in reserves, we have approximately 1 million. And a lot of that has already been allocated for other projects. So at the airport, we don't have it. And so we turned to the county. And after speaking with the legal department and folks in the auditor's department, we were advised that this was the avenue for us to pursue.
Okay. I'm not sure that answers my question.
I think.
Yeah. Can I go to my?
You finish?
Yeah. Let me, and then I'll put a second question out into the ether, and then we can battle them both. Creating a line for storm damage repair, I think, is really a good idea in terms of the fact that the effects of the climate crisis keep showing its gnarly self in our community. The derecho,
particularly at the airport.
The tornadoes, right? My problem with this, though, is what standards do we use to ensure equitable access to these dollars across the many departments in Monroe County government who feel that they are affected by storm damage?
It's a very good point. What I'm going to say is, in this particular instance, we're creating this line only so that the dollars that we're spending on this insurance claim are more easily tracked, and they don't commingle with our regular budget. It's kind of a special item. The reimbursements, if we do get access to the rainy day fund, it goes into this line. Payments go out of that fund, and reimbursements from the insurance company go into that, and it's to keep it clean.
So then, are we going to be seeing the emergency services department coming in and doing the same thing, the health department coming in and doing the same thing? You see, to me, this is a Pandora's box.
Yeah, I can see how that could be an issue for in the future. And I think there probably needs to be a countywide policy on how we're going to handle these significant storm events in the future, because they are becoming a more regular event. And there have been some conversations about that while we were discussing this particular problem with the airport, because this is becoming the new normal. And I think when it comes to the rainy day fund, and like you said, you want that to be something of last resort, but how the county helps these different departments as they're affected, there's going to have to be something more permanently established. And I think we're kind of figuring out that, unfortunately, we got hit with a really significant event, and we're kind of the guinea pig here all of a sudden. But I think what you're saying is dead on. As we look towards the future and climate change is a real thing, how are we going to handle this? Because it's coming again. We just had the straight line issue, the straight line wind issue last year, which caused us a lot of problems. We made an insurance claim then, and here we are again. And so it seems like the Monroe County Airport's like the new tornado alley. And so we're also concerned about the future.
Yeah. And let me just conclude by saying, I in no way want to undermine the financial strain that you're under here. We want to help you out. But I just want to make sure that we're also thinking about the future when we're taking actions like this.
Yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from.
Thanks.
And I'm going to pop back to the auditor because I know she had her hand up.
Thank you, President Crossley. So just a couple things excuse me, I'd like to add is my understanding that you appropriated in the rainy day fund for emergency purposes, unforeseen expenses, etc. The reason that we're coming to you with this recommendation to utilize rainy day is because we can track this project in one fund this way, and it's just to bridge a funding gap. So the only funding that will not be replaced, and I would like it to be replaced, is a $150,000 deductible. So everything else will be replaced. We can track it all in one fund under one specific account line, specific to this event and this department. They will only have access to the one fund, as is proper budgeting procedure. And I'm hopeful that toward the end of the year, we can make a recommendation for you to consider to replace that $150,000, a transfer from general or just where there might be excess funding available that's not obligated. So what comes to mind immediately is, for example, a supplemental lit, if we happen to get one, something like that, kind of unexpected, or maybe we'll have interest above what we budgeted, what we anticipated or estimated coming in. So we'll look at all that and make a recommendation for you. We know that funding is scarce and we need to be really mindful, but clearly this is something that they need to be able to pursue and not wait for those insurance reimbursements to come through. Now, they did have a $500,000 advance. However, we've been working closely with the legal department, and Mr. Cockrell was going to request and propose some updates to the rainy day code just to ensure that the reimbursements follow the expenses. So that code will be updated just to more clearly align with what we anticipate we'd like to see for a procedure, which gets me to the procedure. The auditor's office and the council office plans to work together to put together like a formal procedure for you to approve with regard to how we will proceed in these circumstances, which are becoming more and more frequent. And so, for example, you have the three kind of placeholder lines appropriated in supplies, services, and capital. We would like to continue that, but for each event and for each department that's involved in the event, we'd like to have a separate account line so we can track those expenditures and then the overall event as well, because this is kind of odd. We have just one department affected with this one, but there could be an event where highways involved too, or wherever it may be. So did I clarify and answer the questions?
So I'm excited to see the document that you're going to produce for the procedure. I would encourage you to build in definitions as well.
Absolutely.
And maybe even some bright lines. So what level of damage are we allowing to come to the emergency fund, right? So I don't know. So I think there needs to be some standards built in, and so that we don't, when there is a really big disaster and it's impacting multiple departments, how do we not zero out the rainy day fund?
And that's a valid point. So we have some ideas that we're working through, and we're going to put pen to paper and present those to you. But just what comes to mind is, maybe it will be a declared emergency. And maybe it's just to where insurance is involved and there's a deductible, but
right.
Everything else is going to be reimbursed. Those are things we've discussed and will come to you.
I think that sounds wonderful. Yeah.
Councilor Henry? I think she just might need assistance.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you, Director, for being the guinea pig, as you said. I wanted to put a little more meat on the bone here, and I really appreciate the work being done between county legal and the auditors and our office. One of the things we discovered with this particular hit from the tornado was the way in which the county starts to track its insurance claims. So in a well-functioning emergency management community where we have a disaster and we go into the recovery phase, the emergency management office would be aware of all these claims hitting in the county, and that doesn't quite happen right now. So each department kind of manages its claims, and the Board of Commissioners as the holder of the insurance policy, are you having those conversations with different departments? That's going on separately from emergency management that's out there doing that door-to-door auditing of how much damage was in the community. What we discovered, amazingly, was that before the airport's report, we were under the cap for getting state assistance from the disaster, but after the airport numbers came in, we cleared the threshold to actually qualify for state disaster, but we didn't know that for about 2.5 weeks, I think. So we discovered in all this, a gap where if we can tighten that up and get a flow better, we'd really know what the damage is to county buildings that would qualify for FEMA assistance or state assistance. And so that's the really long way of saying they're working on it, and you're the test bed for it. It does operationalize the rainy day fund a little better, and I think what's really great about this is we know we're getting our cash back. This is the in and out to obligate and deobligate that we'll get back into that fund. To Councilor Iverson's point, yeah, there may be a disaster down the road where we are not getting a reimbursement. We will be using that fund for its intended purpose. I hope that doesn't happen anytime soon, but this is a really big first step, and I would keep encouraging departments like this to keep talking to emergency management and the Board of Commissioners to really try to get our insurance process under one understanding. It's probably going to come through the auditor's office, it sounds like. You're going to be the first to know how bad is bad in terms of the numbers, and then we'll know where to go. But I appreciate the effort, and that's just some background we discovered in this. I was very pleased to be in those meetings when we had these initial discussions.
Thank you for that. Yes, Councilor Fido.
So I have a general question about insurance that the county has and what the insurance rates may or may not go up as a result of all these claims.
I can talk with the Commissioner's Administrator and legal team and see what kind of information we have on that. I am not aware of any discussion or thought of increase at this time.
However, there's been a multitude of claims recently, right? And not small ones, right?
I would expect to see something. I just haven't been made aware of anything. Yeah.
And as a question to you, Auditor Gregory, the $150,000 that you had mentioned earlier that wouldn't be covered, which is the deductible, because we have the balance that we need, the minimum cash balance that we would need for our rainy day fund, would that need to be replaced by the end of this year, or?
I don't believe so. We are north of, I will pull the balance up here. We are above our minimum cash balance right now. However, regardless, I think we will have ample documentation to demonstrate that the money is coming in and being reimbursed. Now, with specifically that $150,000, toward the end of the year, we'll present a plan to you, and you can choose yay or nay. And at that point, we could also amend the minimum cash balance ordinance if we have that recommendation from legal and there's concern.
Okay.
Sorry. I just pulled the wrong fund up. I'm so sorry. One moment.
Good.
Okay, so we would be just under our minimum balance. We currently are sitting at $10,117,549.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilor Decker.
I'll be quick because I don't want us to belabor the night, but
I'm so sorry, go right ahead.
I was just going to say that while things are also fresh in our mind, not to take away from the airport, but I do think something helpful might be long-term finance or some entity that council leadership thinks through with us, maybe to start to map out how all these various things start to get funded in the emergency management family of items. For example, 2-3 months ago, we had neighborhoods that highway cannot plow. They cannot plow. Right. And instead of everybody staring at Lisa Ridge and throwing soup cans, saying, "What's going on, Lisa Ridge?" Well, we know darn well she can't do it. This is a good example where thinking outside the box, rolling up our sleeves, and saying, in that case, if the commissioners wish to make a plan for that to move forward, how that might happen, but emergency management might contract with the plow. we somehow made contracting with the plow seem more like we were talking about how's Monroe County going to take Artemis around the moon. And the reality is we could have found about 900 people just on that corner alone to plow that. I think we need to think through those things because we are in a different era. The airport's clearly in Tornado Alley. It's clearly coming through that area. But also, so is every other strange weather coming through this county. And I think that those are things that are not going to go away, even when the weather gets nicer and we don't think about snow.
Any other further questions? Oh, sorry, Ms. Gregory.
Sure. I apologize, but I missed mentioning that we would like to have a uniform naming mechanism for these events as well. So I'd like to adjust the account name to be 21926 Aviation Storm Repair, just so it's specific to the event, number one, and to the department. So that then, moving forward as we have more events, it will be, the event date and then the specific department utilizing the line. Obviously, we can't commingle that or we won't be able to track the appropriation well.
Yep. Good point. Okay.
Is that a naming convention that you feel comfortable with us adopting this evening? Or yeah?
Yes, I mean, we've kind of talked that through. I think, Michelle, you're comfortable as well? Yes.
Right.
You need me to repeat that account name?
No, I think we got it. It's the 21926 Aviation Storm Repair.
Yes.
You got it.
All right, council, I move to update my motion to rename the account line to 21926 Aviation Storm Repair.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second to rename that. Yes, Councilor.
I love this. This clearly addresses my second question. Thank you.
Any other further questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, we'll move to public comment.
We're
Sorry.
going to voice vote the
I keep
change.
forgetting about
That's
that.
all right.
Okay, all right. All right. All those in favor of approving this as amended signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Now, thank you, Michelle. We will move to public comment. So if there looks like we already have a hand that was raised via Teams, and if you want to make a comment here, you can come to the podium in the room. But since we already have one on Teams, screen name Lee, you can unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Lee Gruntafer. I'm a Monroe County resident. I think this brings up a good issue that you as council need to rethink, perhaps. Resolution 2025-27, which was the 2026 minimum cash balance resolution. In rating day fund, there's 10 million, as was talked about, but in general fund, there was a minimum cash balance of 15 million. And all of these is money that could be spent today on useful things, as I think that the direction that this was going from long-term finances was to make sure that our bonding rate was low. And it's just a good thing to think about, that these minimum cash balances are something created by you and that can be lowered. Okay.
Thank you very much. All right, is there any other further question or comments from the public on this item? Seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Wiltz? Yes. Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Feichel? Yes. Counselor Hawk?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
All right, next up is item K.
Council, I move to approve the Aviation Department's request for a fund-to-fund transfer of cash of $500,000 from Fund 4801-000 Aviation Construction to Fund 21926 Aviation Storm Repair.
Second.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was being cute. Let me restate that.
Yes.
Council, I move to approve the Aviation Department's request for a fund-to-fund transfer of cash of $500,000 from Fund 4801-0000 Aviation Construction to Fund 1186-0000 Rainy Day.
Second.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And I'm looking to the auditor for this item.
Sure. Okay. So I'd prefer to handle this with a receipt correction. This, the $500,000 advance, which is specific to help bridge a funding gap and also for this project, which makes me feel like it's obligated for a specific purpose. Transfers to rainy day are supposed to be unobligated expenses. However, regardless, we can get the same outcome with just doing a receipt correction because it was in this calendar year. We can simply adjust the receipt to go into the rainy day fund. It's kind of like a correction of error. So we can take care of that on our end. It's just internally an adjustment. We'll just get a request if they're agreeable from the aviation team. However, we were going to hold on that until the code update is reviewed and approved by the county commissioners, which will specify that any advance payments related to an emergency, any reimbursements that are handled out of this fund will go into the rainy day fund. So it'll kind of be part of the procedure, just written in code.
Appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Anybody have any questions or comments for the auditor on this item? Seeing none, we will move to public comment. If there's public comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here in the room or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none.
Okay, so just to be clear, we don't have to do this fund to fund based on what the auditor has just stated.
That's what I was trying to understand. I was like, but you're okay.
Okay.
Sorry for the lack of clarity. Yes, no fund to fund, receipt correction. Same outcome.
So we're done.
Oh, you can just withdraw the motion.
The counter argument is this is $500,000 for storm-related damage, and it would be maybe beneficial to the public to understand what's happening.
Okay, how can I explain further? So we're gonna move it, essentially have the same outcome. It's gonna go from one fund to another fund, only by means that the procedure is more appropriate this way.
I got it.
It's the same end result, it's just using a different procedure.
I understand. Okay.
So it sounds like you might need to withdraw.
Council, I withdraw my motion.
Okay, appreciate that. Okay, now moving on, we will go to item M, which was tabled at our last meeting.
Council, as a reminder, the amount of $30,000 was tabled from the March 24th council meeting. I move to approve the Aviation Department's request in Fund 4801 -
Excuse me?
Am I reading the wrong one? Yeah.
No, that item was tabled indefinitely at the beginning.
Oh, I am reading the wrong one. I was supposed to be reading N, not M. Oh my goodness, thank you all for keeping me honest. Council, I move to approve the Aviation Department's request in Fund 1107-0000 Aviation for a de-appropriation of $35,000 in the services category.
Second.
You missed M. You missed M, but you were reading L.
Mm-mm.
Who's reading M?
Did I? Okay, then that means I screwed up.
Okay.
One moment, please.
Yeah, we're gonna
What is it that we're
table
trying to
L.
do?
We're gonna hit M and hit N, I believe. This is what it's been like. This whole rainy day thing and a lot of the stuff we're trying to do with the aviation construction fund. Blazing a new path.
Just so, well, we can discuss it. I mean, item M is the Fund 4801 aviation construction.
Correct.
Yeah. We're creating account lines? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, it's M. M. And
Yeah,
it was tabled?
Oh, I'm sorry, it was L tabled.
Got it.
So let's get back to M.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I withdraw my motion that I read for L. We're going to go to M. I move to approve the Aviation Department's request in Fund 4801-0000 Aviation Construction to create 2 account lines, 20120 Laundry and Cleaning and 30190 Promotion and Advertising, and simultaneously approve additional appropriations of $1,250 in the supplies category and $71,900 in the services category for a total appropriation of $73,150.
Second.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay. Number one, the Monroe County Board of Aviation Commissioners we entered into a contract for $30,000 with CTL Engineering to perform some preliminary geotechnical survey work on the southwest parcel of airport property for economic development. So that's the $30,000. And then 2, the board also contracted with Woolpert for $6,900 for coordination and solicitation for qualified geotechnical firms to do item number 1. And number 3, the overall all of this request is being made. We're moving these funds into the Aviation Construction Fund, and we're going to start creating separate lines in there for airport economic development specific ventures that are going to be solely funded with airport generated revenue, not dollars which would be coming from the levy. Like I said, this is to support the establishment of an airport economic funding structure within the existing construction fund, which will support airport growth, development, and related strategic activities. This request creates and appropriates a new promotion and advertising account line for $35,000. Laundry and cleaning, which will be specific to the airport Airbnb, which is another revenue generator for us. So we want that expenditure to be tracked separately. And then this will provide clear, like I said, more intentional funding structure for development related expenditures at the airport.
Great. Thank you for that. Any questions or comments from council on this item? Okay, you stumped them. Right. All right, public comment time. You know what to do. Raise your hand via Teams or come to the lectern here in the room. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Feigl?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk?
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Next up is item N.
Thank you, Madam President. Good Lord. Council, I move to approve the Aviation Department's request in Fund 1107-0000 Aviation for a de-appropriation of $35,000 in the services category.
Second.
All right, Mr. Laverty.
Yeah, that $35,000 will be de-appropriated from that line in the operational budget and be placed into and fund the same name line in the Aviation Construction Fund. And again, this is just to kind of support more of the economic development related activities with airport generated revenue, not levy dollars.
Okay, questions or comments for Mr. Laverty on this item? And seeing none, we'll move to public comment. If there's public comment, you can raise your hand via Teams or come to the lectern here in the room. And seeing none, maybe please have a roll call vote.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Fine,
Yes.
Counselor Hogg,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz, Counselor Henry,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Crossley.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Okay. All right, and that's it. Thank you.
Sorry about all the work.
No,
Okay, I got my papers
keeping
out of
us on
whack
our
too.
toes. All right, thank you so much. All right, next up, since we already moved through the agenda for the sheriff's items, the last item is item R from the legal department.
Council, I move to approve ordinance 2026-11, approving and fixing terms for the transfer of property.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second, and we'll look to Ms. Turner King.
So this item is a transfer of the properties located that surrounds the convention center. It is the properties that was requested by the CIB on February 5th. The properties, as a reminder, were paid for by innkeeper's tax. So effectively, this resolution would transfer the properties. The commissioners have already heard a resolution, and it passed, I think, on the April 2nd meeting. There was one change in the resolution. In section 2. Hold on, I need to look at section 2. And under the now therefore be it clauses, I do believe. It changes the intent to purchase to the intent to transfer. Previously, it said the council wishes for Monroe County to transfer the property described in Exhibit A, including its Exhibits 1 and 2 to the Monroe County Capital Improvement Board. The last sentence says, as the fiscal body for Monroe County, this ordinance serves as the expression of the council's intent to, and it said previously purchase, but it should have been transfer, because we're not purchasing the land, we're transferring the land.
Okay. And so we have two members of the CIB here, Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Whitehart. So welcome. I don't know if you would like to add to the conversation, but please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, and it's great to see all of you again. I haven't seen many of you since we signed a steel beam that I discovered today in a construction meeting is about to go up into the building. I know a couple of our counselors were not able to be there, and I've arranged for a bucket truck if you're available, and you can be lifted up so you can still add your signatures.
Me up.
Okay, gotcha. And I have Mr. Cassidy with me, who is your third appointee to our Capital Improvement Board. And if I may, if you'll indulge me for just a moment, I haven't been here for a while, and I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you. As I thought back this evening, I sat here in, I think it was 2017, when this body discussed and debated whether to pass a food and beverage tax to make the construction of the hotel or the convention center project possible. And following that, several things happened in 2023. Well, we know that although passing the food and beverage tax made it possible, that didn't make it happen because we hit a snag in 2019 and it was only revisited in 2023. The county commissioners created the Capital Improvement Board in 2023. We're now in our third year as a board, 7 community members who are volunteers who have been working on this project. But although those things made the project possible, what's made it happen is you, the commissioners, the city council, the mayor, putting your trust and faith in us and transferring that to us to make this project work and to make it happen. We're set to have the project completed, the expansion project, January 8th of 2027. I remind the construction people that's Elvis's birthday. Elvis's birthday doesn't move, so January 8th is when it's supposed to be completed. I hung a picture of Elvis in the construction office, so every day they're reminded of that fact. Then from January to May of next year to June of next year, we'll be involved in the renovation of the current convention center. Coming back to the 2023 county ordinance, we were charged to do 4 things in the county ordinance. And the interlocal agreement reemphasized those 4 responsibilities that we had as a board. Expand the current convention center, which was made possible by the county's donation of land to the east. Renovate the current building, which we're on track to do. We're doing all those things, and we'll do them within budget. Select a hotel developer and a site for a hotel, and then address parking needs for the convention center and how we were going to handle the expansion and what that meant for parking. As we've moved along on the expansion project, parallel to us was a discussion about the hotel development. And the hotel site, and the best site for the hotel has always been recognized to be the north property, which the Redevelopment Commission purchased in 2 different purchases, one in 2019, one in 2023. And so over a 14-month period, those conversations went on until December of this past year, 2025. Both the hotel developer and the city told us that there was no path forward for them to complete that negotiation, kicking it back to us to determine what we did at that point. We proposed to the developer, because when we had put out an RFP for a hotel, we had identified sites to the south, which is the parking lot, to the west, which is another parking lot, and asked them, can you build there? They all wanted to go north. So we said to the hotel developer, can you still go south? And that was in January. And in January, the hotel developer came back to us and said, yes, I can build there. In the meantime, we had requested of the city that they transfer the parcels to us, that south parking lot to us, which in May of 2024, they'd indicated they were making available to us. And the response we got was, well, now it's for price or consideration. If you want the parking lot, it's for price or consideration. The Capital Improvement Board doesn't have money. We don't have money to buy anything. So at that point, that was when we requested of the county, can you help us identify available for us if we have to move forward with a hotel developer on a site that's not the north site? And that's what brings us to tonight. As the county commissioners looked at parcels that were available, they looked at the west parcel, the parking lot, which had been identified in 2024, and they also looked at these south parcels that my geography won't do justice here, but Smith Avenue to 2nd Street. Those additional parcels, which were purchased in 2 purchases in 2010 by the Convention and Visitors Commission out of innkeeper's tax money for the purpose of the convention center project. So the county commissioners have now by resolution agreed to transfer those parcels. In the meantime, the city reconsidered its position about the south parking lots, and the Redevelopment Commission has now transferred to us the south parking lot, and I'm going to call it another south parking lot. It's the one that's actually west behind the Courtyard by Marriott. So there are 2 different parking lots there. Those have now been transferred to us. So what we're asking you to consider tonight is whether you will also approve the transfer of those additional parcels. I will tell you that by coincidence, the Capital Improvement Board meets tomorrow for its regular monthly meeting. And we have scheduled an executive session at 1:30 tomorrow before our 3 o'clock meeting for the purpose of discussing real estate. Because we won't know until tomorrow what land we have. Well, we'll know tonight, but I mean, we will not know until 1:30 tomorrow in that executive session what land we have available to move forward with the project, specifically with the hotel development. I don't want to, the Capital Improvement Board has never discussed any of these parcels. We've not talked about these parcels. We've never owned these parcels. I know there's been speculation dating a year ago when the county first indicated it did not intend to extend leases for those properties to the south. There was speculation that we were going to grab them up for parking lots. That's never been a discussion that we've ever had. That's never been a request that we've ever made. I've publicly stated that was not the case at the time. I've been reminded, and many of you will not even know what I'm talking about, Joni Mitchell's 1970 Big Yellow Taxi song. pave something and put up a parking lot. That was never our intention. So we never, ever had an intention of saying we want those south parcels for a parking lot. In fact, one of the reasons why, the second reason why the hotel developers' response to us about the city south parking lot was not adequate was that the developer did not include how to address parking in a structured parking, above ground structured parking within that hotel. Because we can't put a hotel in a parking lot and then lose parking spaces. So what we've been able to preserve by the city's donation is parking spaces. That south lot, what we can preserve with your movement forward is the west lot. It would be my intention tomorrow, and this is, I've not talked about this with my board. I'll mention it in our discussions tomorrow in executive session. I'll see where they want to direct me tomorrow afternoon. But it would be my hope that if we were to receive these parcels in transfer, that we would engage the city and the redevelopment commission into a discussion about a land exchange. Can we exchange those south parcels to 2nd Street for the former Bunger Robertson lot? Can we achieve two goals? Can the CIB then move forward to develop a hotel on that north property, which is the best fit? Could the city see some advantage to having the south-south parcels for their own initiatives, for their own priorities, for their own development, whatever that may be? I can't predict what will happen if we were to make that offer. I can tell you that in private conversations I've had with the mayor, she's not indicated support for a land exchange. But I believe it's worthy of public discussion. I believe it's worthy of the redevelopment commission considering it. When I was with the college, a colleague told me one time that there is no horse too dead not to beat. So I would want to continue to beat the dead horse of the north property to see if it could be used for the development of a parking lot. If we're told no, if we get a formal no, we can't make that happen, we're not interested in that land exchange, then we as a CIB will be back at the table to determine what we can now do with the parcels that we do have for a hotel development. So the extended parcels, the cities, I know I've thrown a lot of south and who owns what, but the city's south parking lot, these additional parcels, can we put that out in an RFP for a hotel developer? You know, what might we get in response to that? But those are all steps quite a bit down the line here. I would hope that if we make such a request to the Redevelopment Commission, that I would ask them that we have a very quick response on that. That hopefully by May, by our next meeting, we would know whether the Redevelopment Commission were going to consider a land exchange. We are, from the date a hotel project is approved, it's 2.5 years out to get it open. We're already 2 years into talking about getting a hotel. We know we're going to open a convention center and not have a host hotel. Our local hotels are working with us extremely well. We're already booking conventions out into 2028, and they're working with us on room guarantees to do those things. And that's critically important. I continue to say a rising tide lifts all boats. If we get a host hotel with 200 rooms and we can now attract 600 people to a convention, unless they're willing to sleep 3 to a room, they're going to be looking for other places to stay. And that means other hotels will benefit by this. We're also looking at attracting conventions in the Monday through Thursday period of time. The hotels don't need us on football weekends, and Galen doesn't need us at the Uptown on a football weekend, but the Monday through Thursday period of time can help our hotels and our restaurants kind of flatten their business models, and that's what we're working on. I know I've thrown a lot at you. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know that 2 of the county commissioners are online, if they would like to add anything to anything that I've said. But we will meet tomorrow. We will then know tomorrow what we have. We'll discuss that in executive session. We'll move into our meeting. We'll see if we want to make an approach to the city about a land exchange. I can't predict that's going to happen tomorrow. And I can't speculate what the city would do with the land if the exchange happened. But that's how I would hope we could move forward, and that's how I would see this land transfer assisting in that process. So happy to answer any questions you might have.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll start off with a question because I appreciate your thorough explanation of that, because trying to follow it in the media has been playing table tennis. And so I appreciate that. My question would be, considering that this is up for us tonight and considering you have a meeting tomorrow and an executive session tomorrow, would it make sense for us to vote on this tonight or wait until you all do what you need to do in terms of having the conversations before we make a decision on this tonight?
The purpose of the executive session would be to determine, we won't determine an executive session, but to discuss what has been donated to us. If it's not, if you don't make a decision tonight, whatever decision you make tonight, we will then know in our executive tomorrow how we plan to move forward. If you're donating the land to us, then that presents us the opportunity in executive session to determine in public session later on, what are we going to do now that we know what land we own? If you don't make a decision tonight, frankly, we can't do anything tomorrow because we still don't know what we have. So it's important for us to know yes or no, whether or not you intend to donate the land, so that we'll know how to proceed.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, I'll open it up to my colleagues here and seeing if anybody has any questions. Well, all right, I'll go down the line here. Councilor Fidel.
I wonder if you could tell us, or maybe you don't know, what the value of the property that we're being asked to donate is.
I think I know how much it cost when it was purchased in 2010. It was purchased in two separate purchases, and I believe the total purchase price of the two was approximately $3.2 million.
And that's the total package that you're asking for a donation, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Wiltz?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you. I know that you've been leading a process that has not necessarily been easy, and I appreciate the work that you're doing. As I'm looking at this, and we have folks in the back of the room who obviously have a vested interest in our decision tonight, I'm curious about if there is no land swap with the city, and you are then looking at a property or putting out an RFP that includes these parcels for a hotel, what timeline then are we looking at before really these folks might have to vacate? So I know that their lease is currently end and they've been told, but realistically, would there be more time as RFP went out and a hotelier was looking at the site and putting together some proposal?
If I may answer it in two parts, if that's all right. A process, first of all, if we were to obtain these parcels, if we were to approach the city, if we knew by May the city's yes or no, maybe we would know before May. A process of putting another RFP out is a 2-month process to get responses. It would need to be reviewed, interviews of hotel developers, hearing what their plans were. So, you put those timelines together and you're talking, 2, 4, 5 more months down the road. So that's kind of a speculative timeline. But the other part of the question that I believe in fairness and in full candor that I need to respond to is that the CIB is not a property manager. The CIB has no budget to manage properties. I've learned much more about these properties over the last few weeks because they've never been ours to think about, and so I've tried to figure it out. And what you're asking me is whether the CIB is willing to do something the county is not willing to do. The county these leases. So you're asking, the county has notified both residential and commercial tenants that the leases are going to end with a date specific. And read articles from the HT that's been known since last May. Formal notice wasn't given until February, but it's not it is what it is. We have no ability to be a property manager. There's been deferred maintenance on apartment buildings, and I respect all the people who are here tonight. I respect their opinions. I understand how strongly they feel about this, and I respect that. Housing, this community has many issues that are important to address. My point is, as hard as it sounds, they're not the CIBs to address. We have no ability to make repairs to buildings. There's been much deferred maintenance, as I understand it, on these apartments. We don't have the ability to do that. My sister's closet makes a passionate argument about extension of time. They've been there free for a year. Are we to extend somehow? The CIB is now responsible for extending time for a year for a tenant in a building. I get enough calls every day on the convention center property. I can't help with calls to maintain properties. I can't help if a boiler breaks down. I have no money to fix a boiler. So it's a two-part question. Yeah. And is there time? Yes, there's time. Do we have the ability to assume those responsibilities? Does the CIB have the ability to assume those responsibilities and carry them forward? And my answer to that is we do not.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. So if we voted to transfer the property, then what happens? Like, is the county still managing the property until July, even though we've transferred it? That makes.
Well, let me again speculate, okay? Because if the transfer were to happen and then there's a process involved where deeds are transferred and ownership is transferred, is there a period of time of overlap between now and July? Some of those leases are up in July. Is there a period of overlap? Yes, there is. We're soon into May, so we'd be into May and June. So there'd be a 2-month overlap period. My concern is the period beyond that. My concern is the period beyond July. It's simply that.
I guess my question maybe isn't even for you then. I'm concerned. I have to assume that there's been some discussion of how we manage the properties when we've transferred the ownership. And yet, yes, these folks have been given till July, but my understanding is at least one other property has been given longer.
Yeah, there's a commercial property that has a lease that expires in February.
Well, and to be honest, I'm sorry, and not to interrupt Councilor Wiltz, but we do have county commissioners who are on the call. If they would like to chime in, not to put you on the spot, but since we're on the spot, you can. So if any commissioner that is online would like to answer the question to Councilor Wiltz's point as we go through that, it would be greatly appreciated.
In the interim, I'm thinking also who would be liable for things between this interim period, right?
That's the whole point.
I don't know that liability came up, but I'm really interested in the liability, right?
Yeah.
And so it's a property, and then what if something happens on the property? Who's liable for that? There's just all kinds of unexplained things as far as I can see.
Well, we got a hand raised, and it looks like Commissioner Thomas has her hand raised.
Yeah, I can try to answer your question, but I think I'm not sure I understood the entire question. So let me give it a shot, and if I've not addressed it, let me know. So right now, the management team from the convention center, Talisha Kopic, is working with a property manager who is managing the properties. So that's what's going on now. If that arrangement continues for a few months, that's really up to the CIB and the Convention and Visitors Commission to utilize to continue that process.
Is that, wouldn't that be?
What was that?
There's nothing.
Okay, go ahead.
So there's nothing that's been laid out with respect to what happens in May, let's just say, or June, as far as property management? I mean, presumably the company that's managing the property is paid. Maybe they've been paid ahead. I don't know. And maybe everybody's like, cool, this all works, but I'm concerned.
Yeah.
If I may take another stab at this, I think what I understand is that that Talisha Kopic and through the management of the convention center is working with the property management company. The Convention and Visitors Commission has been involved in whatever maintenance activities have been undertaken. So I would imagine that would simply continue till the expiration of those leases. I've not had conversations with them, but that would seem to be the most make the most sense to me.
Yes, Councilor Henry.
Thank you. And this question isn't really for either of you, though. I'm glad you're here to help shepherd some of this conversation. But if Commissioner Thomas is still on, my question here is if the Board of Commissioners had empowered a property manager and then the property manager hired a firm to collect the rent and then deal with maintenance, has the county ever enjoyed a revenue stream from the ownership of these, or has it just paid the property management firm over the past, well, I guess 16 years?
I can answer that in that this has been going through the Convention and Visitors Commission as part of their work. And it's not something that we've seen a revenue stream on, specifically to the county itself. Since these properties were purchased for the convention center and with innkeeper's tax dollars, we certainly would not endeavor to create some sort of a profit stream that's long lasting, because these are not really our properties. They're in our name. And that's what we're trying to resolve now, is to place it into the name of the Capital Improvement Board. And we did put a piece in there asking that, if possible, that the city may acquire those properties because they can because they have a housing authority, they could become landlords.
Yeah.
That was encouraged. We encouraged that in our resolution. But other than that, we're silent on it because really the properties don't belong to the county. They belong to the convention center itself and the Convention and Visitors Commission.
So no, that helps. And I'll just ask the second question anyway, though I think you may have answered it, which is if there was going to be a rate increase on the properties over the 16-year period, if I'm hearing you right, that rate increase would have occurred at the CVC level and not the Board of Commissioners to try to raise the rent, if you will, on either units?
Correct. We were asked, for example, I can give you an example of something. We were asked to reduce the rent of my sister's closet as they are trying to transition to a new space, and they need capital to build into that space. And we really like that organization so much. They're so valuable. And so we did agree to that. So we're asked those kinds of questions along the way. But other than that, no, we've not been involved in the day-to-day at all.
No, thank you.
I just want to clarify that there's the Convention and Visitors Commission, but then there's also the building corporation. the convention and visitor because that's different.
It's the Convention Center Building Corporation.
And that's who's managing the property management. So, right?
No.
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 No. And in a transfer of properties, there is a City of Bloomington Building Corporation that now has possession of the convention center because they used it, in my simple terms, as collateral for the bond. So the Monroe County Building Corporation doesn't exist any longer. It's the City of Bloomington Building Corporation. And the City of Bloomington's Building Corporation responsibility is to simply make payment on the bond, on the debt, to approve payment on the debt. So there's no other party involved in management of the convention center or these properties.
Go to Councilor Iverson.
So your offer is tantalizing and also unpredictable. So thank you for that. It is
public policy, right?
That's right. That's right. It is lovely to think that there is a way to beat this not dead horse by going north, and at the same time preserve some semblance of what there is in the south. My thinking, though, is not trying to predict the future or predicting what is. It is that the current landlords, the current people whose name is on this, clearly do not want this anymore. Even if we were to vote this down, even if we were to unanimously say no, I'm not sure the outcome would change all that much in the thinking of what happens on Thursday mornings.
Tell me something.
And so that's my current thinking. It is that, and I see other hands are being raised to challenge my thoughts, but I mean that is my thinking at this point, is how much change can we effectuate realistically from this dais tonight.
Yes, Mr. Ernie King.
My hand is not to challenge Mr. Iverson's thought. My hand is to go back to a question that Councilor Wiltz asked. I did inquire with Jeff Cockrell, who has been working more closely with the CIB regarding the transfer of these properties, about who would manage the properties until July if they're transferred, and who would be liable, to Councilor Feidel's point. And Mr. Cockrell's response is the CIB would be liable once transferred. The CIB would manage if transferred prior to the lease ending.
They would manage the properties? How? I'm sorry, I'm yelling at you. Sorry.
Well, again, if I can take another stab, the Convention and Visitors Commission, one of its responsibilities is to the convention center. Mm-hmm. And they currently address issues with the current convention center. They've been paying for whatever upkeep's involved in these properties that we're talking about now. I suspect they're continuing to do that until these leases ended. If they were to end in July, would not be a particularly onerous burden for them. I think they would be relieved to know when the burden would end for them.
But that's the CVC, not the CIB.
Yeah, there's a bunch of alphabet soup floating around.
Did I just hear, though? She said CIB, right?
That the CIB would own the properties and be responsible for them.
So you would be liable if anything happened?
And then we would need to be dealing with issues of insurance. We'd be need to deal with issues of our relationship with the CVC. And these are all things, if you agree to transfer the property, that we have to act on very quickly. So,
are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Right.
I'm comfortable with the prospect that we can make things happen we've been trying to make happen for a lot of years. And I know not everybody agrees with that. I know not everybody agrees with what we're trying to do, and I respect that. But you've given us a charge, and I'm comfortable we can complete it, and we're better capable of completing it with this transfer.
Go to Councilor Decker here in a second, but I had a quick question because Commissioner Thomas brought up my sister's closet, because I know at a previous meeting that they were asking for an extension, and to my understanding that there's another business in that area that got extended to, I believe, February. Am I mistaken?
Jeff's Warehouse is a commercial property, and their lease specifically stated that they had 1 year from the time they received formal notice of termination. So that formal notice happened in February, so they have until February of 2027. That lease is different from, there are a couple of other commercial properties, and then there's obviously the residential apartments, and those are different leases with different timelines.
Okay. And so what I'm about to say is not geared towards you all by any way, because I wrote on here, like, you are not responsible for any of this stuff. You got a task. We created all this stuff, and now we've kind of made a monster out of all of this. But I guess my question, and I don't know who to direct this to, because I hear the county's name is on these things, but we're not responsible for it, which that's interesting to me, because my name is on something up north that I've been trying to deal with for a while. And whether I like it or not, even though I'm here and that's there, my name is still attached to that said thing. I guess my question is, considering the timeline of everything and all the other different possibilities, and considering the fact that folks that live there are, you know, they're living there, that's their homes, that's their livelihoods right now. I guess, who do we ask if there was to be some type of extension for them? Because it is my understanding from public comment that we had a while back that folks got a letter in February explaining that their lease is up as of July of this year. And I know that people say that, you know, this is a conversation that has been had for a while, but the regular Joe Schmoes aren't really technically like paying attention. They're probably doing day-to-day, daily operational things where they're not really paying attention to all the things. And just like a lot of other things, we talk a lot, but we're still here some years later. But I digress. But that being said, that it would be a shock to me if I lived there to know that I'm getting something in February and in July I have to be out and there's no type of extension. I'm looking for, to put myself on the spot, like, I'm looking for a house right now, and everything that I'm trying to look for is just not, like, you know, my situation would be up as of the end of June. And so that's a lot to put on folks like that. So I guess to say all that, I'm trying to have some empathy while understanding the task that the CIB has. But I'm concerned that, you know, we say, well, you know, it's been talked about, it's been known that we are, especially when we don't really know how long this project is going to take. Who would we need to speak with to ask for an extension, so to speak, for my sister's closet, or for them to figure out where they would have to go? Because I believe in the convention center expansion. My heartburn is, as a renter myself, is displacing people for something that we don't even know when that timeline will happen. And so I am really trying to grasp with this. And again, no shade, no disrespect to you all as well, because you're put on the hot spot. But I think that's the $1 million question, is trying to figure out, like, who's responsible. I sound like an owl. Who? You know, who's responsible for us asking if we can get some type of extension?
Molly can correct me, but it seems that the transfer takes place and these parcels are transferred to the CIB, then it's going to be the CIB's responsibility to determine what, if anything, it does about extensions of any leases, be they residential or be they commercial. And as I've said, we don't know to this minute whether we're going to have these parcels. And if we have them, then that has to be part of the discussion we have in our executive session tomorrow, and it has to be a discussion for the board. And that's why I would hope that if we can move forward with a further discussion with the city and the RDC, we can have answers very quickly to some of these questions. I know that Talisha Kopic was here and spoke to you, I think, at your last meeting. I know that there are still ongoing efforts to assist with relocation that may or may not satisfy the current residents of the apartment building. But I know there's been effort made. Talisha told me yesterday that there have been 4 open houses at apartment buildings here recently, that 5 of the tenants took applications. 3 tenants have already notified that they intend to move early. So it's not as if we lack empathy, and it's not as if we're not trying to do this. But the question becomes, if these parcels are transferred, then this problem that you are all wrestling with is punted to the CIB, and it's the CIB then that has to determine what we do about these leases and whether extensions are possible or not.
And I'm gonna, Ms. Turner King, I see Councilor Henry, but I know Decker was first, so I'll go Turner King, Decker, and then I'll roll back to Henry next.
And I tend to agree. If upon transfer, the CIB is liable for the properties and management thereof, I imagine that the lease would follow and thus extensions of the lease too.
Last part again about the lease.
I imagine that CIB would be responsible for the leases at that point and any extension thereof.
And I'm assuming that would mean that we inherit the current leases with the current expiration date, as well as the one lease that has a February expiration date. And then we have to wrestle with how we deal with that.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate my council colleagues asking tremendous questions. I enjoy very much listening to that, hearing the responses. And I appreciate very much the chair not only informing us on this, but running through that timeline. I've read 300 articles on all this, but I think, Chancellor, I think you had it the clearest I've heard it yet.
I'm retired. I have plenty of time.
Well, I appreciate all that time that you're doing to this. And I also appreciate everything that the CIB has done on the project. I can remember a time when we would sit in here and kind of stare at each other a lot, maybe a little bit like tonight. I guess my questions I'll throw out, and this might not be even for you, Chair, but at one point when we were dealing with the Napa building for elections, there was a time where we were renting that from one of these entities that governs that. Ms. Turner King, do I have that right? And I remember that was to keep the funds straight, not to say, well, that's just county's free building. That was us literally renting that. Is that right?
Correct.
And I remember at the time, I think Councilor McKim was fired up about that amount. And he goes, oh, I guess it makes sense. It's bookkeeping or something like that. And it's probably for Ms. Turner King again. In 2010, it's 2 parcels, when these 2 parcels were purchased, that was done with innkeeper's tax dollars, is that right?
2010 was before my existence in county legal, but it is my understanding that yes, it was done with innkeeper's dollars.
Okay. And that, my understanding is, and I don't know if this is a thing that's been discussed or if I have it wrong, but technically, us maintaining rental property with innkeeper's tax dollars was not the intent of that tax. Is that right? Have I heard that?
I would have to look at that statute.
Okay.
Ms. Turner King, Mr. Cockrell does have his hand raised.
Maybe he could take a step at that one. Sorry to throw him all to you.
Are you okay with Mr. Cockrell speaking?
Oh, 100%.
Mr. Cockrell, the floor is yours if you'd like it.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I apologize for not being there tonight. I heard the last few questions, and absolutely, when we purchased the property, I don't think we intended it to be a innkeeper's tax to be utilized for continuing the rental of that property indefinitely into the future. It was always intended to keep the property maintained until it was time to utilize it for the convention and center purposes. So I think that's question one. Can you repeat question two?
I think you answered question two, if I heard it right. I think you covered that one. I guess let me go to this just overall question, and I'll go back to you, Chancellor, on this one. If in an ideal setting, right, if the discussion with the city goes well, this property becomes a property that swaps, and whatever's on that in the development, that is something the city would consider down the road, but ultimately the hotel could be in the place that it was originally intended for. Am I saying this right?
If a land exchange happened,
yeah,
then it would be, and again, I'm speaking as one member of a board, so I've got to, so if a land exchange were to happen, it would clearly be for our intent to want to build a hotel on the north parcel.
Yeah.
What the city would, if the city elected to do the land exchange, what its goals were for the south parcel would be completely up to the city.
Okay, thank you. And I'm not going to put you on the hook for any more questions because you certainly answered enough. One of the comments that I was listening to Councilor Iverson's thoughts, and as always, he kind of says things a little bit clearer and more succinctly than I do with my long stories and sometimes ridiculous asides. But in some respects, when I look at this, and of course, there's always the dignity around where people are living, where they're going, what's happening, and the care for all of that, which is hard. That is a hard thing to manage, particularly when we've not always done at all a strong job with housing options in this community. But when I look at this and where we're at present day with the existing kind of entity saying, we're not doing this anymore the way that we have done it as far as offering these properties for rent. We're not doing it for commercial, and that's sunsetting. Residential is changing into something else. When I kind of look at it that way from the existing entity, to me, for folks that are concerned about those properties either maintaining residential as it exists now or future, or commercial as it exists now or future, the best hope they almost have is us to send this out of here with an exchange. I know that sounds probably ridiculous, but when Councilor Iverson said it that way, it actually was something I don't hear here locally. Elected officials being realistic about a situation, working together with other entities, and having a little bit of optimism about the continuation of a discussion. So I offer that because to me, I don't know, I look at the location to other things that are happening in that side of town in Bloomington, which is not always something the county council even talks about. And I think about kind of this project and where a hotel would likely not be. And to me, I don't know, it starts making somewhat of some sense. I can see, although there's so many balls in the air that I totally get that. But I also, one thing I appreciate more than anything is the strong effort to try to have answers for folks on where they're going. Ms. Kopic did a strong, tremendous job in talking about that. And I know that other resources, Heading Home and others, have been engaged in some of those discussions. And that's, that always is powerful to me. So anyway, I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. And just for the record, Councilor Hawk has left the building. You see what I did there? All right, so next up, sorry, Councilor Henry.
No, I'm gonna pass, I think. Go back.
Okay. here's what I'm gonna do. I've been kind of going at it for a little bit. I could break the stretch. But I think what we can do right now is take a little bit of a recess right now, as we kind of wrap our heads around a lot of the stuff and kind of give people a chance to kind of refresh and do what they need to do. So we can come back and finish out, and of course, give members of the public a chance and opportunity for public comment as well. So what I'd like to do is, let's take a 10-minute recess. So we come back at 8:56. So we're all cool with that. So we can kind of stretch and kind of take a break and a breather here. I'm gonna ask if we take a 10-minute recess, and we'll be back at promptly 8:56. So, all right. So let's take a recess for right now. So we are back in session. And so I know that I had looked at Councilor Henry, and he said he would pass, but want to kick it back to other council members to see if they have any additional questions for members of the CIB, or other people that are in virtual land. It looks like Mr. Cockrell has joined as well too. So
just a point of clarification, because I pulled up lovely interactive map of the convention center properties in question provided by the B Square, and I heard you talking through all the properties, but to be honest, I'm very visual, and I should have brought it up beforehand, and I've looked at it before, but my question is, the county has offered the properties to the west of the current convention center that we own?
In the current resolution from the county commissioners, that the property to the west, that parking lot, is offered for transfer, but there are some conditions with it. So I think there's some parking places that need to be reserved. There's several mays in it about when that may happen, but it has been. It was listed as available to us when we asked the question in 2024.
Right.
I believe it's in the resolution the county commissioners passed. So that property to the west as well as the properties to the south.
So the property to the west is part of this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I mean. Like, there were no detail on the paper that we got, and so I'm just and I didn't get their resolution.
There's a parking lot to the west that has the two giant Duke Energy poles, and it's in Madison Street is the western.
Okay.
I'm directionally challenged. Madison Street's the western boundary.
Western edge. Yeah.
Yeah.
It goes north south. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So this, I'm glad I asked, because honestly, I should at least know what properties we're talking about.
Yeah, you've got the west parking lot, and then in addition, my border of Smith Avenue, just so it helps me decide it, Smith Avenue down to 2nd Street is the other, and there may be a couple of parcels involved. There's a private building there as well that's owned by State Farm Insurance. There's a State Farm Insurance building that's privately owned. So there's kind of a carve out for that particular building.
Okay. I think I'm assuming map is color coded. Does anyone here know what if the green is the dark green is us too?
I think dark green State Farm, isn't it?
No, State Farm's down here.
Sorry, it's a subject matter expert.
I know, dumb question. Sorry.
Yeah, it is. It's just it's the south of Smith Avenue to 2nd Street with the carve out for State Farm and the west parking lot.
Yeah.
To make it simpler.
This?
I think it is.
Any other additional questions or comments right now? Councilor Henry? Okay. So I think we've exhausted questions and comments for you all, and so now we will move on to public comment. And so if there is public comment, again, the rules are for this particular item, you can sign in at the lectern here. Since it's a lot of people that are still here in the Nat U Hill room, which is awesome, because normally at this time of the night we're talking to an echo chamber. Go ahead and start lining up so that we can get through this process. So if you want to know, if you know that you already want to make public comment, just go ahead and line up, sign your name. Again, you'll have up to 3 minutes. TSD will make sure that the timer is there. Once the timer is up, your time is up. And then via Teams, I'll kind of alternate back and forth. And so if somebody wants to speak via Teams, you can go ahead and raise your hand. Again, you can state your name for the record in Teams land, and you'll have up to 3 minutes as well. So I see somebody who's already here. Go ahead and sign in. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, my name is Barry. So the county has kept half the affordable apartments at Seminary Point deliberately vacant for like 10 years and has now decided to force out everyone who still lives there. We've been over this. The whole city knows about it at this point. The county commissioners are excited to finally shirk responsibility because they found an old statute and they claim it says the way these apartments were purchased during Obama's first term means they have to give them to the Capital Improvement Board. The sweet relief of deference to procedure. We Democrats, we love that. But the story's missing a piece. The county does not have to kick people out of their homes to do any of that. Even if we make the ill-advised decision to take the commissioner's word that law surrounding the innkeeper's tax makes it illegal for them not to transfer ownership to the CIB, it says nothing about telling everyone they've got a few months to get out while they do. I finally just read the damn thing, the Monroe County innkeeper's tax. Most of it is moot, but there's a brief passage about how the money is to be used. So, a reading from 2025, Indiana Code, Title 6, Taxation Article 9, Innkeeper's Taxes, Other Local Taxes, Chapter 4, Monroe County Innkeeper's Tax, 6943, Powers and Duties of Commission. Section 3A, the Commission may transfer money from any funds available under Section 7 of this chapter for the purpose of promotion and encouragement in the county of convention, trade shows, visitors, or special events. So, visitors and special events have been left out of that in every conversation that we've had, including with members of the council. Ending these leases does not have and has never had any place in this conversation. Transfer to the CIB does not need to occur. There are already special events happening at that property all the time, places like Friendly Beast. What does need to happen is, first, the renewal of these leases. We know you can do it because one of the commercial tenants, as you've all mentioned, was smart enough to stipulate an extension in their lease originally. I don't know why they get special treatment for knowing the law better than random residents, but whatever. And second, an assurance that Seminary Point will remain permanently, genuinely affordable housing, acknowledging the CIB's hope to swap this land with the city for a property the CIB actually wants. It makes no sense to ruin people's lives in the interim, but it makes perfect sense to transfer this property to the city with assurance from the city that they intend to transfer it to a land trust and actually use their affordable housing fund to keep Seminary Point permanently affordable. I spoke to an elderly woman who lives at Seminary Point 1 week ago. I asked her if she wants to leave. She said, no.
Thank you. All right, I will alternate back and forth in the room. So since we already had a hand raised via Teams, I'll go ahead. It looks like Christopher MG, you're up next. Unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Good evening again, Madam President. Seems like it's only been 5 hours. It's Christopher MG from the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce. I want to speak to the point where this is a land use problem, and the county doesn't need to be in the landlord business of owning property and leasing it. I'm going to miss the businesses there, the Blue Tip, the Friendly Beast, but this is not where the county belongs, is to be a landlord to tenants. I feel for all of them there, but this is the right move to make. The CIB is the right tenant to be using this land, and we need to look at the CDO and some zoning issues with the county to make more housing, more affordable housing, not look at this as the end all and being a landlord. That's just, the county needs to get out of that business, and it's taken this long to do it, and I feel for everybody involved, but this is the right transfer of property, and I thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. All right, we'll flip back here to the Nat U Hill room. And again, if you're on Teams, please start raising your hands.
Okay, I'm Bryce. I am, an organizer with the DSA in favor of affordable housing. Obviously, big shout out to the Chamber of Commerce for being in favor of evicting people. But I'm mostly here to talk about affordable housing as a policy problem that, there's no silver bullet, but there are steps in front of us right now that we can all take. Like this property, I mean, the fact that, the CIB is willing to transfer it means that there is a solution. The city owning the north property, transferring it. Now, regardless of whether or not you guys transfer the property, it seems that you guys are in favor of there being more affordable housing in Bloomington, in Monroe County writ large. And so I think one of the things that you guys can do is go and talk to the city and insist that one of the ways in which we can expand and keep affordable housing in Bloomington is by not destroying and selling off affordable housing. We've been through many different creative ways about how to do this, be it the land transfer. And, even if the county is a landlord, I understand that there are numerous reasons why that, is a difficulty. But the city has the ability to do it, and you guys as elected officials have the ability to talk to the city on the behalf of the people who live in this county. And so that's really what I'm urging. I think that given that no one has thought through the who's going to handle the liability and insurance in between the overlap of the transfer and the lease, I think that might be indicative that maybe this should slow down a bit. And if you're serious about wanting this to be affordable housing, holding on to it for a few months while we figure out something with the city wouldn't affect anything. It might have, if the CIB is going to transfer to the city eventually, well, there's no reason to rush the transfer and cause confusion. I mean, what if something happens and the CIB isn't equipped to handle it on a liability frame? I mean, those issues, obviously they should have been worked out, but since they haven't been, there's good reason to slow this down. And if we're serious about affordable housing, well, then there's a very clear path forward as to how this could be resolved. Throwing away 30 units of affordable housing, I mean, that should be a major scandal. I mean, it is a major scandal. I mean, you see the people here. There are things that each of you can do within your power to ensure that housing stays. And Mr. Chamber of Commerce said, it's a land use problem. Are we going to use this land for, I don't know, like a hotel that we have to subsidize, or are we going to use it to house human beings that make this county what it is? The choice is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up here in the Nat U Hill room.
My name is Audrey Smith. I know the counselors are already aware that our county has had a severe shortage of meaningfully affordable housing for many years. I've spoken with or heard from several of you that you have a lot of sympathy for the tenants who would lose their homes if these apartments are torn down. And I've also spoken with tenants who don't know where they'll go if they lose their homes. In our community, July is a particularly difficult time to find a place to move. And even with the help of Heading Home, only 3 available units have been found that are actually of a comparable price. That's not mentioning location. As a community, we can't afford to lose these apartments. I came into this meeting thinking you may feel that this decision has already been made for you because the land was earmarked for the convention center expansion. I'm really happy to hear the questions and options that you've been exploring during this meeting. You have the power tonight. You can make sure that people don't lose their homes. Please wait until there is a clear plan for continuing to manage these properties before transferring them out of your hands. Ask the CIB to commit to extending residential leases for current tenants and to swapping the apartments for the College Square property before you transfer this property. Or if you can, extend the leases now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, again, if you're on Teams, you can raise your hand, but I'll keep going here in the Nat U Hill room.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Seaforth. I wish to express support for extending the leases and for not transferring the property over until there is a clear plan that preserves affordable units. I think one of the things that came up with, to steal a phrase from Bryce, but the Chamber of Commerce guy, is the idea in which it is a land use problem, and there are long-term, solutions that we need to approach for our affordable housing. And these units, they represent a small fraction of it. But for the people involved who are directly impacted by it, they are going to be feeling that for months, if not years, being displaced. I have coworkers at my current job and at the building that I worked before it who moved out of Bloomington because there were not affordable units. And for many of these folks, when they were pushed out of these units by a failure to account for their needs, to provide those options for them, that go beyond just this particular issue, but towards, the county and the city dealing with affordable housing. That's a decades-long process that we are all coming to realize is essential and must be addressed. Failing to come up with a plan that takes care of these people is just not acceptable, I think. I thank you for your time. I'm glad that there seems to be a lot of consideration on y'all's part, but I think that approving the transfer without guaranteeing that there will be the land swap just guarantees that we lose affordable units in our community in a location that is essential, rather than providing an opportunity for it to be handed off to the city if there can be a conversation with the mayor about that, and providing a win for all the parties involved. If the council or if the county successfully bridges this and allows this to happen, then they come out looking wonderful. And for the mayor, she's been receiving a lot of flack lately, rightfully so, I would say. But when it comes to Hopewell, for example, if she can tie that to maintaining and maybe even expanding Seminary Point as a land trust, then she gets to have the feather in her cap of, saving affordable housing that existed, expanding it, and then providing multiple different options. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up in the room here. It'll reset, I promise. No worries.
Good evening. I'm Gwen Zimmer, somewhat new resident here in Bloomington. I would like to ask the council to support a potential land swap between the CIB and the city for the north former Bunger and Robertson property. But before that, I would like to ask the council to table this vote to potentially discuss the matter in a more, thorough way, seriously discuss it with the mayor and with the members of the RDC directly. There has been interest expressed by the CIB, obviously, to swap that property for the north property that makes much more sense for the location of the host hotel. And I think that's obvious to everyone who's been here and listening to the questions and the responses from the CIB tonight. There have also been concerns raised about the conditions of the existing residential buildings. And I would say that even though, there has been deferred maintenance on those buildings, 2 out of the 3, just based on preliminary discussions on site that people have had with local contractors, that 2 out of the 3 are structurally sound and need, improvements to, HVAC and things like that. But 2 out of 3 are structurally sound. And I think that's important to note. Modernization, general improvements, there is money in the city to help pay for those things in the Affordable Housing Fund. And I would like to see that money get used for affordable housing. It's been sitting for a while since the door fell through. So that's my main point. I would love to see this take a little bit more time, slow down, talk to the mayor, and see if we can work this out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up.
Hi, I'm T. Randall. I'm here to request that the county councilors condition their vote on a guarantee from the relevant bodies like the CIB. The tenants at Seminary Point be given lease extensions. We know that there's no plan to build a hotel on that block. that at the most this is a Plan C location. The CIB has repeatedly stated its intention to use this block as a bargaining piece in negotiations for a swap with the RDC. The city has structures to hold affordable housing and is no stranger to supporting local community land trusts and co-ops. The future of tenants on this block should not hang in the balance of how quickly a timeline can move forward, especially when the foreseeable outcome is the continued inhabitation of the block. The property has been owned by the county for 15 years without a clear articulation of its use for promoting and encouraging conventions, trade shows, visitors, and special events. What's a little bit longer to ensure the outcome that everyone that we've spoken to says they desire? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Stoops. I've lived in Bloomington my whole life. I live pretty close to the Seminary Point, and I really think it's worth preserving. You know, it costs so much more to build new housing now. You're never going to get something that affordable again. It's really worth keeping. I don't think it's fair to keep the tenants in limbo. I recommend, since the county currently owns the property, the county could explore extending their lease a little longer so they have some stability while you, meanwhile, discuss with the city and make sure the city is ready to receive the property. Sounds like a land trust could be a good option, and the city has their affordable housing fund that could be used to fix up the properties. Sounds like a win-win. I also want to mention, if we're talking about efficient land use, sounds like there's a lot of talk of parking lots and making sure the hotel is a big enough parking lot. No one talked about hotel with a parking garage underneath, which is a great efficient land use. Like the Graduate Hotel has a parking lot underneath. So you could have affordable housing, hotel with parking lot, and it's just a win-win. So please consider discussing with the city how you can safely hand over the Seminary Point housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see a hand raised, so I will go back to Teams Land. So screen name Noah, you can unmute and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I apologize. I'm not used to Teams. Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Noah Render. I am a Bloomington resident. I've been so for many years now. I just wanted to point out, I think a lot of my fellow residents have made many good points about the different options here and sort of the people involved. I just want to point out a pattern I'm noticing, that there's a lot of deflecting. Every alphabet soup gobbledygook group represented in this room keeps making all these very vague statements that kind of put responsibility for this to somebody else, right? Like, oh, rising tides raise all boats, or we feel sorry for tenants. But all of this is being said to make this somebody else's problem, right? It's not our problem, it's this different group's problem. I just want to be clear, this is your problem. Everyone in this room who's made a comment like this is responsible for people's actual livelihoods and a place to live. And if we're going to keep having conversations about affordable housing, we need to acknowledge the problems that have actually created an affordable housing crisis in this town in the first place. And it's this continual putting off of actual people's lives for these big development projects that we don't know will actually benefit our town. Finally, I apologize, this is quite fast. I want to repeat something one of my colleagues said earlier, one of my fellow residents, that this is a scandal, it will be a scandal. I want to be clear, if people lose their homes, this is a scandal, this will follow you, it will remain your fault. I urge you to actually do something for people who live here and aren't just a big business trying to bring whatever commerce to this town that doesn't help anyone. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up in the room.
Hi, my name is Mitchell Medley. I'm asking for you guys to at least table this vote currently. It seems very clear that this has not been fully cooked all the way through, even though this is something that's been going on for years and years at this point. And if we do happen to vote yes for this transfer, for there to be some guarantee of an extension and a guarantee to keep this affordable housing. We should not be evicting tenants right as prices are going to be rising more and more. That barrel of oil is definitely going to get more expensive, and that means heating is going to become more expensive, electricity is going to become more expensive, everything will be more expensive. So I don't think adding making these people try and find houses in the middle of that, housing in the middle of that, which will not be affordable at all, will be $300 to $400 of an increase is what they're probably looking at. I don't think that's really something this council would be interested in doing than anybody else, so probably shouldn't do it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just received word that Councilor Hawk is now virtual, so she is participating with us virtually. All right, next up in the Nat U Hill room.
Thank you. My name is Hugh Farrell. I wanted to push back on the idea that other kinds of affordable housing could possibly be built to replace this. This is some of the last affordable housing in downtown, and not only that, but it's super affordable. So for folks who aren't familiar with this classification system, we know there's workforce housing that's coming in at $1,200 or $1,300 a month. Affordable housing here, unfortunately, is now generally considered $900 to $1,000, and super affordable starts around $500 to $600 a month. And so specifically, I just want to point out that there have been about 400 units of affordable housing built in the past 5 years in Monroe County, and that there's only been about 50 units of super affordable housing. This is really an important sector. This is a sector that prevents people from becoming homeless. This is a sector that's counted on for elderly folks who are on fixed incomes. And so it's really, really important that even these 50 units have been built. I will say I've worked on the teams that have built 90% of that super affordable housing. So we've built about 40 units of super affordable housing over the past 5 years. So the loss of these buildings by itself, 29 units, about 40 bedrooms, will wipe out almost all those gains and all the work I have done to build super affordable housing in this county in the past 5 years. And so I will just say that there are really simple, rational solutions that will allow the hotel to move forward, that will allow tenants and businesses to feel assured that they're not losing this housing, and that will set up, as other speakers have addressed, have set up the context in which it will be possible to have rational conversations with the city about preserving this housing. And again, as other speakers have already addressed, this might mean, the structurally unsound building being demolished, building larger affordable housing. I know that folks on the city side have been talking about that, but 2 of the buildings are sound. There's tenants and businesses that have not received adequate notice. And in fact, one of the businesses was told a couple months ago that they would have until the end of the season. I know that was just said informally by the CVC, but the fact then that they have had that moved up to July is extremely destructive. It's the kind of thing that destroys the small business. So just really that kind of poor communication is something that either can destroy a successful, and I'll also say tourist attracting small business like Friendly Beasts, or it's something that can be easily solved with assurances from the county and the CIB that the goal will be extension of the leases and just work and a little bit of money invested, given that these are properties that currently bring in funding, that these are technical questions that there are organizations that exist to help solve questions around liability, around property management, around engaging tenants, and not enough of that work has been done to really save these particular buildings, which are themselves precious. They are, as a very long time Bloomington lawyer just said to me last week, they represent part of old Bloomington. There's a lot of history to these buildings, and really simple steps can be taken tonight to preserve them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up in the room.
Well, first of all, thank you. My name's Eli Beaton. I've been a Bloomington resident for about half a decade. I had a bunch of remarks prepared that I had to throw out after listening to some of these because there was a lot of interesting things that I didn't expect to come up. But the first thing I want to say is, with tenants at here and with Bloomington Homes for All to try to support tenants and save these buildings, as Hugh just mentioned, super affordable housing. And one of the things over the last few months, we've been trying to schedule meetings and talk with as many people as possible, really pursue this through the bureaucracy that I think we're all sort of trying to wrestle with, right? Like, how do we make sure that the convention center works and that the economy of Bloomington is sound? And one of the things I've been genuinely very surprised about throughout all these conversations, including this evening, is that most people I talk to are on the same page. Right, like the Bunker and Robinson property to the north is the desirable property for hotel development, and no one wants to have these apartments at Seminary Point destroyed. right? Like this is sort of the general consensus that seems to have emerged. But the question is like, how do we move forward while making sure these two things don't come into tension with each other, right? And I think one of the things that has been surprising to me in this meeting is that the potential for a land swap is one of the avenues that sets that opportunity up extremely well. But also, that land swap should not come at the cost or the precarity of tenants in the 2 weeks before the swap is even possible, right? And I think like a swap is possible, right? I think that that's like very important to keep in mind. So the ask I have of this council tonight is to be a little concrete about this, is I would urge to table, right? Not to derail the convention center hotel or to derail the potential swap, but to ensure that that swap does actually support the tenants and the hotel together, right? I know that requires a little bit of delay, but I think that delay is worth it to make sure that we preserve this housing in the south lot while making sure that north lot is available to support the convention center project. Yeah, that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matthew Joseph. I've been in Bloomington for about 6 years. I've seen you around the B school here and there, but it's cool to see you in local politics. This is my first county council meeting ever, and it's cool. I mean, I hear y'all's hearts for your community. Like it is really refreshing to see that people care. I appreciate the time and effort that everyone's kind of for people that are involved in this. I will say, like, this is a bit surprising for me. It feels like we're thinking more about future tourists in Bloomington than we are the current individuals and families that are living on this land. The fact that we haven't thought through about the liability and who will be there when life happens for these tenants is a bit jarring and scary, especially for the tenants and then the people that care for them, like us. I mean, we're talking about affordable housing here. That means something. It's different than kind of when we think about it in our heads about how it is in our situation. These are different lives we're talking about with difficult situations. I mean, right now I live in housing that's considered affordable housing. I couldn't imagine not having security in my housing and for the concerns that are inevitably coming up and not having anyone to care for the legitimate concerns like that. I wouldn't trust them to be able to actually manage my housing, right? So we need time. Affordable housing is hard and we have it. So let's not lose it because we're rushing ourselves here. So let's slow down. It's okay, we can take a breath and recollect. And let's do what we all want, which is to make the swap happen. I mean, this is like it feels like this is a cool moment to be a part of county council. It's like, oh, we're all on the same team, it feels like, right? And so like, let's try it. I mean, yeah, the mayor is already thinking about affordable housing a lot. And I mean, maybe not as much as she should, but especially with the July 1st thing that's coming out about the criminalization of homelessness. This is a big concern for her. There's a legitimate thing here that is pressing for her. And so we need to put pressure. And again, because we're all on the same team here, I think the CIB can put pressure, right? The county can put pressure. We can put pressure. And we can save affordable housing in Bloomington and still move forward with the projects that are at thing. But most of all, we need that time. And so let's take the time we need to make this happen. Thank you all for letting me be a part of this. And let's save affordable housing in Bloomington.
Thank you. All right, I'll alternate back here before we go back to the room. So it looks like screen name Aaron. If you can unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Aaron Comforti. I am a Bloomington resident. Thank you for having me. I just want to encourage the county council to do whatever it can to ensure that residents of Seminary Point and businesses in that location are able to remain there, that they're not evicted. As many of the speakers have said so well, it is a super affordable place to live in Bloomington, one of the few that is close to town. And I just encourage the council to do whatever it can to ensure that it remains so. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the room.
Hello, counselors. I'm Jason McCulloch, PhD candidate of the rhetoric program at IU and Bloomington resident since 2018. I want to talk a bit about the precedents you're setting with this decision. Some of you are familiar with me and some of the work that I've been and continue to be engaged in. For the purpose of my comment this evening, I want to lift up my lived experience as a transient renter, a long-term volunteer at Beacon, Inc., a former city commissioner in the Community Advisory of Public Safety, and co-chair of the Homelessness Task Force at the Unitarian Universalist Church of Bloomington. I name these engagements to demonstrate that I'm not speaking out of opposition, but because of deep and consistent care for communities, namely Bloomingtonians. In all the work I do, I aim to reduce harm and center people first. Now, imagine I'm not the only one in this room who understands what this shirt means. Housing First is an evidence-based approach to ending homelessness that prioritizes providing permanent, stable housing immediately without preconditions, followed by voluntary supportive services before requiring that other concomitant needs are met. The part that is often left out when considering Housing First is the subordinating clause, but not housing only. The next iteration of the continuum is Community First, wherein we can consider things like affordable and accessible basics of living, community services, and even entertainment and community programming. But without putting housing first and protecting it, there's no foundation for residents to move out from or to return to. Currently, the situation seems to be a constructed dilemma of housing versus things like new convention center, luxury hotels, and diversions. And those latter items are not in the natural opposition of housing. We can have both affordable living and the amenities that Mr. MG wants to protect. But what comes first? In 1943, Winston Churchill posited that we shape our buildings, thereafter they shape us. I leave you with the charge of helping Bloomington determine what kinds of buildings are going to shape its residents and what kind of buildings are not. I say table this so you can discuss this further to make a swap effective.
Thank you. Looking in the room, just about everybody has spoken, but if I don't recognize everybody, my fault. But if there's anybody here who hasn't had a chance to speak, again, you can come forward to the lectern here in the room. But if you are virtual and you would like to make a public comment, again, this is last call. Please go ahead and raise your hand. Okay, so thank you very much for public comment. Two things that I've heard from about 15 folks who have virtually made public comment and also came here in the room. A couple of things that have kept coming up are a couple of things is to able to have further discussion and make, if we don't table, to make this vote condition on the potential land swap or an extension, so to speak. I want to make sure I got everybody's thoughts together or what they're saying. What would happen if we did decide to table the discussion to continue to have the conversation before we made a vote? Bunny? Oh, no. So, no. And this is for the folks here in the room that have a responsibility in this. So I don't know if it's, again, I don't know if it's y'all at the CIB. I don't know if it's Ms. Turner King. Again, I thought I saw Mr. Cockrell online. Like, I'm just curious because that's come up, and I think it's deserving of an answer.
Well, to answer from my perspective, if the transfer doesn't take place, then that limits the CIB's ability to move forward. We have no negotiating position with the city for a land transfer, for land exchange. We would then have to decide whether we move forward with a RFP for a hotel, given what land we did have, knowing that's not the best option. But without the transfer of the land, we have no ability to enter into negotiations with the Redevelopment Commission for a land exchange. And I want to emphasize, we have no guarantee that they would agree to that. And frankly, if you made it a condition to transfer it to us, we still have no guarantee that they would agree to it. So I don't see how making it a condition of a transfer to us helps that. But without the transfer of the land, then we are not in any negotiating position on the land exchange. We have no land to exchange. So that's the position it puts us in. I think we need to be aware too, or you need to be aware, that the Redevelopment Commission has been talking for quite some time about a public offering for that north property. And if they were to proceed now with a public offering for that north property, then whatever could be developed on that north property would be the result of whatever that public offering would be. But I'm repeating myself, we would have nothing to offer.
Right. Yes, Councilor Henry.
Yeah, thank you. I have maybe a series of short questions to help me frame up the fact pattern, because there's been a lot of words. And I just want to make sure I have it clear in my head. So the first question, and happy to have it go to the table or the other table, is, and I think you just painted a picture about there are no guarantees right now, right? So let's play out some scenarios. Let's say we move to transfer. You now have tenants until the end of their respective leases, and you stated that you have no funding to property manage those individuals. So if anything happens between the moment of transfer and the end of leases, regardless of extension, let me ask you, what happens? Are you coming back to the county to ask for resources to manage?
No, my approach would be to the Convention and Visitors Commission, because it's been the Convention and Visitors Commission that's been funding whatever maintenance has been required of these properties. And again, they're continuing to do it on a short term. I think what's important is what is the timeline?
Yeah.
When does that end? And if it's July, if it's August, I think it's the ad infinitum aspects of this that are troublesome. I mean, we as a CIB can't say, well, we'll just do this forever. That's not a reasonable position to expect us to take. So,
So that's I'm just trying to gauge steps here, because very practically things happen, right? So that's one scenario that you are now a landlord and you don't have the means to be one, right? So at some point, right? So
and if I may, back to issues of liability, we have insured liability for all of our properties now. This is an extension of liability for other properties. It's as simple as that.
So the next question is that, and I think, and I may have lost it because it got muddy. So we don't have guarantees, but again, just because I don't want to set up false expectations or hope for people. Right. City of Bloomington has said a lot of things about if they were to acquire these, whether or not, from everything from they don't want the properties to they do. So is the current sentiment that if the Seminary Point properties would go into the city, like the land swap is viable? And that's a very blunt question, just make sure we reiterate one more time. This is a possibility.
I'm sorry, is it a
if you get the transfer, the city of Bloomington is open to, or is open to actually trading on these homes?
I don't know that they are.
The mayor had said in a previous interview, at one point, no, and then now it sounds like maybe. I'm just trying to gauge.
No. She's been, the mayor has told me informally, because we've made no formal proposal, we've had nothing to offer, that she's not interested in a land exchange of any kind. but my point would be, and and I'm talking about a land exchange, and I don't even have the authority in my own board to talk about a land exchange. We haven't even talked about it as a board. I'm talking about what's John Weikart think might be a path forward on this. And it seems to me, back to my no horse is too dead not to keep beating, that we have not formally asked the question yet about a land exchange, and that formal question goes to the Redevelopment Commission.
Got it. And so
and the door has been open to us to make that negotiated request to them if we have something to offer.
That's as good as we have right now. The third thought here is there's a possibility, another possibility, that we transfer property. The city may be interested in retaining it as a affordable housing option, bringing it into BHA or some scenario, but those leases still run out, right? So you could end up having a property that gets pulled into city inventory a year from now, but they would put it on the market at any other possible rate. There's no guarantee that the rates that are current would become part of the city of Bloomington's rate offering on those properties as a BHA unit. I mean, you don't have to answer that, but I think this is highly speculative at this point to say just because the city owns it, that they would somehow honor the county's rate.
Yes, I don't.
You can't.
I cannot speculate what would become of the properties if they agreed to a land exchange.
Oh, that helps me out. I don't know if it helps others in the room out, but it's just trying to. This is reality. This is affecting humans and property. I'm just trying to understand it. I just want to make a comment. I'll pass it back. I had an opportunity to speak with a tenant and some of the advocates in the room over the past month. I know some other counselors have as well. And my observations of how we got here, I mean, if wishes were horses, we can go back and do hindsight stuff, but it's worth saying. The innkeeper's tax was used to purchase these properties. In Indiana code, I cannot find a reading that says that renting them out for 15 years is somehow equivalent to the intended purpose of purchasing them. I mean, they were bought for the purpose of Convention and Visitor Center. We turned them into rentals through from what Commissioner Thomas told us, a property manager to a firm to the tenants. And you could make an argument that we probably should not have ever been in a place of renting these out as a sort of ad hoc housing authority under the county's auspice. From the moment of purchase, they probably should have been leveled, and that would have maybe not put us in this pickle. The second problem I've got in understanding how we got here is what I asked Commissioner Thomas about, which is we haven't kept up with the market rate on these rentals. And whether and this is kind of the road to hell being paved with good intentions, that you offer something as a subsidy to the community. It is subsidized by the county government, but without keeping up with the market of it, we accidentally subsidize these apartments. That's the best way I can think of it. And I've shared that with people in the audience. This is, again, trying to figure out on what I believe is good faith effort by the county to offer something in these units over a decade and a half was not well thought out, because we don't have a housing authority. What we have is a county attorney and a county administrator and a partner in the CVC trying to do something good, but has created a larger challenge for us to wrestle with. I think those are all things important to put out there as hindsight, or that's this hindsight analysis. Doesn't do anything at the moment here other than to say, I'm not convinced that if we had, there's a lot of ifs before us too, and we would need to understand if the city has intentions one way or another to preserve the property or turn it into rental. But what we do know is this: we have the parcels, and I think to Councilor Iverson's point hours ago, the Board of Commissioners are the ones that sign leases and contracts. We also run a scenario where we could not release the building, but there will be no tenants because the Board of Commissioners will not extend leases. So now we have empty buildings that serve doesn't serve the CIB, doesn't serve the county, doesn't serve the tenants, because we have to rely on our other partners to actually issue new leases or extensions there. I think that you made that point hours ago. I think that's really where it all comes back to, is that this is a Thursday morning conversation when it comes to this, who's in these buildings, beyond their lease. That does not provide a viewpoint one way or another, but I think these are things that need to be said in the room about how we got here. I'll just let that hang, at this point, but thank you, Madam President.
Yes, Councilor Iverson.
All right, so I think it was really clear. I'm going to say this in way of my conclusionary remarks here. the optimal outcome is, I think, really clear. And I think some of the people said it best in the podium, where it does feel like all of us are on the same page. If we can get a host hotel and preserve super affordable housing, that is the optimal outcome, and I think it's within our reach. The question then is, once we have shared goals, who can best get us there? Not what can we do to get there. I think the question at this point is who. When we were thinking about building a convention center years ago, this body was engaged in conversations about what color the carpet should be, what color whether the railing should be tall or not, and it was a quagmire. We really screwed it up. Got the CIB involved, and you guys made a ton of progress really quickly because it got the politicians out of the room. The reason why I will be voting affirmatively tonight on this ordinance is because I think the best way that we can get to that optimal outcome is by having someone who is not a county commissioner or a county council member working with the city and the county and being able to do that work tomorrow. I think if you keep having politicians like us involved in this, we're going to continue to make a mess of it. So that's my thinking on this matter. I want that optimal outcome. I think we can get it. I think the answer is to go through the CIB the way that we have done so in the past. And I think tonight is the night for action. I'll be voting yes.
Okay. Yeah, Councilor Wilkes.
May I ask a question?
Go for it. Mm-hmm.
I want to hear, I want to know if there are any other thoughts on tabling versus not tabling. My thought is that tabling doesn't get us much. Some of us are having conversations with the city, and so it might, we could continue. We could press harder, and that's always possible. But I'm just curious, is there a reason that, is there something that says, hey, delaying it another 2 weeks, whatever, or is good or bad? And I'm looking, I heard all you all, and I appreciate it. So obviously I'm asking my colleagues and any of the commissioners or council that might be online, you all at the table there, is there something that anyone would want to share on up or down, strategy-wise, thought-wise on this?
I'm just going to say I share your sentiments because that was my question that I was asking earlier, because there is still a lot of unknowns right now and uncertainties. And again, I hear, what Mr. Weichert is saying. I guess I would just tend to believe that we have put it like tabling this for right now gives us a little bit more time. That's me, but I hear what you're saying, and I agree because again, whether it's 5 homes, 30 homes, or 1 home, like this is like 1 is too many for people right now, and I guess that's the human aspect of my little old brain. Is thinking right now. I understand that we've given this and we've let the politicians get out. Maybe if we did some of this the same way, maybe some of the projects wouldn't take as long as they have, but I digress. But my thought process is to try to get a little bit more time. That's just me.
Okay, I want to throw out just one other thing because I have had a conversation with some folks on city council, and that's not the mayor. Just flat out. But the indication was that they were a little bit surprised about the possibility of a switch, because they were under the impression that the mayor has plans for the Bunger-Robertson property. This is speculation on my part. I mean, like, court of law, hearsay kind of stuff, right? So I don't want to get all like rumory, but the fact of the matter is there's been some back and forth in the media on that property. There's what I heard, and then there's obviously the differing opinions on use of that site. I wholeheartedly think the highest and best use of Bunger-Robertson would be a hotel. I think that would be perfect, and I think the concept that you put forward is a dream. That would be lovely, and then we can, continue to work with our city colleagues on making affordable housing more of a reality for folks. I am concerned that if we table, there is a moment that might be missed. And I don't know.
So it looks like hands are raised. Councilor Hawk had her hand raised, and then it looks like Commissioner Jody Madeira has her hand raised. So I'll go to Councilor Hawk first, and then after she's done, I'll go to Commissioner Madeira next.
Okay, so if you tabled it, what are you gaining with that? You instead of that expiring in July, it would expire in August, right?
So can I go? I'll just answer that, Councilor Hawk, because I don't know if you were here when it came up, maybe, but the idea would be that it would give time for us to communicate with the city to work on putting forth, our support for the land swap option as it's come to be known tonight.
Right. I did have that discussion. I just was thinking, I'm trying to think about, like, if I was the person sitting there in one of those apartments and wondering how much time I had. Right now, it looks like they've got until sometime in whatever, 1st of July, is that right? Or mid-July, whenever. But if we table it for a month, then they've still got 1st of July. I don't think we've extended their time there by a month.
That's true.
Even if we table it for a month. Unless that month will buy you, like you said, time to negotiate and get a better outcome. So
yeah,
I'm just trying to follow what's best all the way around. But I agree with you, okay, that property, that Bunger property, that's where the hotel needs to be. And I don't want to cause anything that would delay that opportunity.
All right, Commissioner Madeira.
Thank you. I think that the County Council also should not table a vote for the reasons mentioned. Basically, further delay risks undermining a project. This project has already required substantial planning from several governmental bodies, including the CIB. It's required substantial negotiation and substantial investment. Moving the property out of the county now would provide certainty to project partners. It would protect the county's credibility, and it would help avoid added costs that often accompany postponement, including the chance that we would miss an opportunity. I think if we vote tonight, if you guys vote tonight, it also demonstrates responsible stewardship by allowing the community to move forward with a long-discussed economic development project that does promise broader public benefits, including increased tourism, new business activity, and expanded tax revenue for the county and Bloomington that will bring investment that allows us to afford services for everybody. And this does not mean that we're not empathic to the fact that residents are facing very real hardship and that are being displaced. We do know that there are 5 apartment complexes that are holding open houses. Some of these apartment complexes do have rents in the neighborhood of $500, $600. They are suspending credit checks. They are delaying or forgiving deposits. And I would really like to hear from some residents. I'm hearing a lot from advocates, and I do appreciate that. But you know, I think that it also increases certainty for residents if we stick to a plan. And if we just keep on kicking the can down the road, it also makes things less certain for them. And if housing is hard to find in July, it's harder to find in August because of the college cycle. So I'm not sure what we would gain by delaying there either, because if apartments are hard to find there, they're equally hard to find later on. And we know we have a definite date now, and we can work with them, with the apartment association and with Heading Home with that goal. So I think for those reasons, I will rest my remarks. I also was curious and also would like to ask Jeff Cockerell his thoughts on what happens if the council does either refuse the transfer or does table it, because I heard a lot of remarks tonight about asking the council to extend the leases and create, you know, this or that legal entity. And I just wanted clarity on what the council's powers are.
Well, before we do that, one thing I will say, Commissioner Madeira, is I do believe a couple of things. One, we do have residents that are in here that live there that is speaking directly with the issue. One particular person I spoke to does live there and is present tonight. Secondly, just because their residents aren't here, sometimes government isn't as accessible as 10 a.m. or 5 p.m. For meetings. And so therefore, I appreciate the fact that those that are wanting to advocate for those who cannot help themselves or cannot be here due to other constrictions, such as, you know, working or, you know, trying to keep afloat with everything else that they have going on. So those are just couple of things that I just wanted to kind of rebuttal and say. So I don't want to put on public here, you know, we got a lot of advocacy that goes around here with a lot of different things. However, it's okay to advocate, but it's also should be noted for the record, in talking with some of the folks that are in here, these residents, there are residents that live currently at seminary. So I just wanted to say that. Councilor Hawk, did you have your hand raised again before we go to Mr. Cockrell?
No, I thought, oh, did I? Oh, sorry. Now is it down? Okay.
Sorry, I thought you had your hand raised. Okay. Since Commissioner Madeira had spoken your name, Mr. Cockrell, I don't know if you want to come off of mute and explain, I guess, your idea of consequences of what would happen if things don't go the way as planned.
Well, and I think a lot of that has to do with the CIB. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry. I think our first question was council and their authority on extending the leases. I think it's been said already, but I think I just reiterate that the county council doesn't have that authority. That lies with the county executive to extend the leases. I guess my other thought is you've heard from a member of the CIB. I would just remind the county council and the commissioners and everybody listening that the CIB is composed of both members that are appointed by county officials, county executive, county council, and they're also members who are appointed by the city council and the mayor. So that may be a good avenue, at least, to have them have those conversations with the city, because the city has membership appointed to that board. And I don't know if you have any other questions or if that covers what you were asking.
So from your understanding, you're saying that
Um, if this were to be, like, if council were to approve this, this gives us an opportunity to try to negotiate with the city.
Well, I think it gives the CIB the opportunity.
Ah, okay, okay.
Because if CIB, their mission, and Mr. Weikart can correct me where I'm wrong, is to do the convention center and other tourism related, and that's always included, since we started talking about the convention center expansion project, a convention center hotel. So that's kind of in their bailiwick of handling the convention center hotel and where it goes and all that. And this gives them the opportunity to maybe have those discussions.
Sometimes it does work when we talk to our city colleagues. Yeah. Okay. Anybody else? Yes, Commissioner Madeira.
Thank you. I just like to recognize the fact that we have been working with tenants and with residents actively. Jeff has been having these conversations. And that's sort of what I meant with my comment about residents in the room. Sort of these activities are not being captured. And it's often hard in these meetings to represent the full scale of where we are. Also, if the matter is tabled, again, there's nothing we can gain. If the conversation continues and the properties are transferred, the conversations with the city can also continue.
Once again, it looks good when we can talk to city colleagues.
The county takes, there's an opportunity. The authority to resign the lease. The only way you can do that is if the county.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor Wilt.
Okay. To the point that I'm going to pretend that that just came from the ether. It actually, to me, it seems as though that's not actually the highest likelihood of people retaining their leases. I frankly have, I'll just be honest, I'm heartbroken about it, but I don't have a lot of optimism. The people who have the power to extend the lease or, break the lease, whatever, they've spoken. And so in my mind, the best opportunity is to get the property out of our hands with the possibility that someone else's power could influence your lease. That's the logic that I'm thinking through right now. I just want to be clear, on where I am.
Any other questions or comments from council here at the dais or Councilmember Hawk?
If the county is able to retain property.
They need to come to, if you're going to allow them to do that. Okay, all right. So, yeah. Yes, and then after that, we'll wrap it up here.
Just one.
With your radio voice.
Yes, if the county is able to retain the property, then that extends the amount of time that the county is able to work with the city to try and A, ensure that the people stay in their homes, but B, a far more larger plan to ensure that this remains affordable housing. Absent that, you're washing your hands of all this and hoping that the CIB does what we're asking you to do, which is ensure to the best of your ability that the city accepts this property in a transfer. That's it.
Yes, Councilor Fayad.
I think the only thing that I haven't heard is what the city may have in store, right? Where's the city at on this? But what if they already have something in place? Okay, just let me finish. Can I finish?
Yeah.
You need to let me finish. Believe me, Grandma is going to have a fit here. So, this is not good
That's the quote of the night.
participation in the public here. So I've been on your side before as well, so I get it, okay? I don't want to dismiss that, but you need to be respectful, and we'll go on from here. So, I am concerned about what the city may or may not have up their sleeve to proceed on their own, not knowing what we're going to do or not going to do tonight, right? I don't know what they're thinking, right? That's the piece we're missing here right now. So I ought to resolve many ways letting the CIB do what they need to do.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
Other questions? Okay. All right. May we please? I'm gonna actually move on because we've been here for a while, and so I just want to be able to just kind of continue. Unless you can make it really quick, and you can make it like 1 minute or less, and then we got to wrap up.
Absolutely. I just want to point out that we're really collapsing the city. The RDC owns the other property that we're discussing, and the RDC has members that are appointed by the mayor and that are appointed by the city council. And the most recent resolution that this RDC made regarding this property indicates that they would be willing to swap. It was before the mayor's statement that she has other plans for the property, but that is what the RDC has said most recently. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Audrey Smith.
Audrey Smith, okay, thank you.
So, RDC is interested? Well, never mind. All right, never mind. Okay, this has been long. The only thing that I will just say that I've said before, like to just kind of wrap up before we go to comment, is there's a lot of unknowns. And I guess for me, like Councilor Friedel and Councilor Wiltz were saying, we give this over and then what happens? We think, we give this over to the CIB and then in good faith, we think, and we have faith in you because you are the appointed folks from, council and commissioners and whatnot. But we do this and then it fails. And then we're back at square one where they're stuck with trying to find housing because they're done as of July 7th. That's the thing that's a big old gamble that we are taking right now. And I understand that we're all working with people and things like that. I completely understand that. I hate the fact that we're here. I hate the fact that we're dealing with this. And so it's too much of an uncertainty for me that like somebody said with public comment, like if we fail in our efforts to do this, then we fail with trying to make sure that folks have affordable housing. And I don't know if I want that on my conscience. So that's just me. So without that being said, may we please have a roll call vote?
Can we revisit what the roll call vote is about? Can we just summarize it? Just summarize it.
A roll call would be to approve it's to approve the resolution ordinance to transfer the properties to the CIB.
Councilor Iverson,
Yes.
Councilor Wiltz,
Yes.
Councilor Feidel,
Yes.
Councilor Deckard,
Yes.
Councilor Hawk,
Yes.
Councilor Henry,
Yes.
Councilor Crossley.
Pass.
Pass.
Yep.
Motion passes 6-0, 1 pass.
All right. Well, that concludes, thank you all very much. That concludes all of the business that we have of County Council tonight. But we will move on to council liaison updates and comments, and I ask for us to try to keep it brief as possible. So if we want to start down Councilor Henry's side,
Sure, I'll
just
say
going down.
just a few things, maybe. I'll just briefly state my surprise and blindsidedness by the Board of Commissioners and their approach to moving forward on the jail with a purchase agreement proposal at the end of April. All of us have been operating in good faith over the past 2 months to try to identify properties, and then at some point, I guess one too many executive sessions funneled us into a bit of a binary in what we saw filed in federal court with the ACLU. I'm hopeful that we can get this back on track as these apparent votes are coming through. But it's my view, I don't know if my fellow counselors have looked at that consent agreement, that the new Articles 11 and 12 really bind our hands as a council. And the challenge we have is that if we proceed with that agreement, I'm concerned that we will tie our hands in making future fiscal votes on the Justice Center project. And to that point, I will ask council at our next meeting to consider appropriations for us to retain our own counsel to advise us moving forward on how we're going to address the consent agreement and our path forward. I hope you all keep an open mind on that. I think we've just reached a point where we need to retain our own legal counsel to explore this question. On a positive note, and I want to steal it first before it gets down the desk. While we've been sitting here, a federal court has ruled in favor of local students who have petitioned for their right to use student IDs to vote in local elections, which would allow our college Democrats and others in town to vote in the primary here, which has been custom in this state for some time. Because, you know, when you have a student ID, you got to prove a lot of identification to your university to prove that you're here. And so the fact that we've restored that justice for students, and we have some very intrepid IU students that sought that and fought it out in court, you know, future real leaders of this community that really did a good job on that. I'm proud to read it in the judge's opinion this evening, and hopefully that stays through the primary, and if not the general and onward. So good on them. Sometimes things work out, and we'll only add and burnish to our robust election turnout that we've already had. Thank you, Madam.
Very briefly, I hope folks have been able to watch the Long-Term Finance Committee meeting that met on March the 31st. First quarter numbers are in, and we saw a decrease in revenue of 3%. That's year over year. That is something that we need to keep in mind as we're moving forward. We also saw a decrease in expenditures of 12%. So this council has been doing a lot of work. Watch the meeting, there's a lot more detail there. We also just received new reversion numbers in your email. I'm told that's going to be available on the auditor's website, and you'll see 3 years worth of data, and the number of reversions keeps dropping. So council is doing a better and better job year over year of keeping our budgets more to what is reality than depending on reversions. The second thing is the township trustees came and made a proposal to the county council. If you have not watched that, please do, particularly council. People are lining up for what we're going to be seeing in terms of lit revenue in 2029 already. The next thing that I'll mention from the LTF meeting is that we looked at longevity numbers. We'll see some longevity projections at the next LTF meeting. So we want to be able to recognize our employees who have dedicated a lot of years to this county, and at the same time understand the budgetary restrictions. And then lastly, we talk a little about jail bonding, which I think we're going to hear more about at our next council meeting. So stay tuned.
Thank you.
I'm going to pass.
Wiltz?
Pass as well.
How my color-coded thing, but I'll
What?
say a couple things. So at the Monroe County Fair Board meeting, they gave an update on the Horse and Pony Club. They're going to be doing some repairs on a stairway there. So that will help their safety in that space, which I think is really good. Thing is, the main announcement there that night, in my mind, was the fact of when the fireworks is, and it's going to be June 26th. So also attended the AIC, Association of Indiana Counties, district meeting recently, and brought back a bunch of materials, and I think most of those, if not all of them, have been shared with the council, so everybody should have that information. Went to a lovely and informative regional housing summit today at the convention center, and so I think there'll be things coming forward out of that whole update. All I got.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor Hawk. Did you have some remarks that you'd like to say? Yep. You can unmute.
Yeah.
A big thank you to Liz for bringing back that hard copy for me to review. I think many of you will also have that online. And we really need to study that. I've looked at it, and boy, I'm pretty familiar with what they're speaking of, and I'm going to have to review it several times to really grasp all of it, because it's full of solid information that we all need to know. Now, that whole thing is going to be offered online, so you can sign up to hear that whole presentation online. And I encourage you, everyone, to do it, because we need that information before we start making any movements regarding a bond or regarding meeting with the city to see if they want part of the money. We have to know what we're doing first. So, but thank you, Liz, for going, and I'm sorry that I was not able to join you.
Okay, so that was fun. And the other thing is, Sophia Travis applications are still going on right now, just as an FYI. And I appreciate the comments and the live candor towards the end of this conversation. One thing that is on my mind is the fact that times during our last conversation that we kept saying that, oh, we can talk to city and we can make things work. It's interesting that this could happen with this project. However, we're stifled with another project. And so I just really want us to like walk it like we talk it, and also say if we're gonna have conversations with city and respect with that, then I'd like to have conversations with things related to our Justice Center. That's what I'll say to that. The other thing is, it's not cute nor is it cool to play uncle with county council. We are respected elected officials, and I wish 3 folks that sit up at the dais behind us on Thursdays could understand that while we might not agree on just about anything right now, that we have a right to say and have a right to do what we need to do with this project as well. So it behooves me, and I've gotten lots of phone calls and emails from constituents regarding, and you know, the public commenter mentioned it earlier, the fact that we're literally being forced an upper hand in something that has fundamentally no infrastructure that is already put in. And so to use the words of someone who mentioned cornfield, that's a cornfield out there that folks would get released. And to the point of New Leaf, New Life, I think about how close our Thompson site is in comparison to where they are.
and how we would be moving. What we are doing will affect people for decades to come. And Jennifer Rose Crossley has no part in doing something that will literally F up what we do in this county. So with that being said, I really am tired of this crap. And I really wish that we can move forward and really stop playing uncle with council and stop twisting our hands behind our back. And I'll be watching your meeting on Thursday to see if you all have anything else to say. But I highly encourage the public, if you have something to say about anything that's going on, they have a meeting. If you can attend, because it is at 10 a.m. on a Thursday, please go ahead in person, or you can go attend virtually as well if your schedule allows. With that being said, I thank my colleagues for a robust conversation, and we are adjourned. Thank you.